Chapter 1072. On Five Claw Peak, the forest was lush, the grass was luxuriant, and there were all kinds of strange rocks. The scenery was beautiful. Not long after, there were a few groups of young men and women, laughing and playing. Everyone's eyebrows were filled with love, and it seemed like they had made an appointment to talk about love on the mountain. There were also a few woodcutters, walking along the mountain path with firewood on their backs. Birds chirped in the empty mountains, and streams gurgled. It was a marvelous sight. Strange, everything looks normal. Where is the treasure map? Zhong Xiaohua stopped in mid-air and concealed herself. She released her divine sense and looked around. Although she admired the beautiful scenery, she had no idea where to find it. After thinking for a while, Zhong Xiaohua took out the sheepskin scroll from the misty school again. The sheepskin scroll from the misty school should be made of 4 pieces. The piece on the upper right corner had half of Five Claw Peak's middle finger, ring finger, and pinky finger drawn on it. Looking at this sheepskin scroll, Zhong Xiaohua recalled the sheepskin scroll he saw before. That should be the upper left corner of the entire sheepskin scroll, with Five Claw Peak's thumb, index finger, and half of his middle finger drawn on it. This sheepskin scroll must be pointing to Five Claw Peak, but with just these 2 sheepskin scrolls, she could not tell where the treasure map was pointing to. Looks like I have to find the fragrant cult and, Among the 4 sects that destroyed the ethereal sect, there was no need to talk about the aroma cult. There was definitely a sheepskin scroll. That so-called Shinrong gang was able to find a monk from Daylin Temple to help them. Did that mean that the Shinrong gang was a subordinate of Daylin Temple? Then the sheepskin scroll I saw before should be in the hands of the Daylin Temple. If I had known before, I would have just taken that sheepskin scroll. Why worry about it here? The last sheepskin scroll must be in the hands of the Alliance of Righteous Sects. The Alliance of Righteous Sects. They actually dared to attack the Guozhuang house, and even kept such a shady organization like the Green Flame Token. They are a disgrace to the name Alliance of Righteous Sects. Looks like if there is a chance, I have to go to the Alliance of Righteous Sects and take that sheepskin scroll and let them cry. Zhong Xiaohua made up his mind. Just as he was about to put away the sheepskin scroll, his eyes inadvertently caught sight of a small arc at the bottom of the sheepskin scroll where the ring finger corresponded to. This is. Zhong Xiaohua hesitated and looked at it carefully several times. Then he released his divine sense and saw that in the middle of Five Claw Mountain, there were several forests, which corresponded to the position of the arc on the parchment. Could it? The arc mark of the treasure map of the treasure map? Most of the other markings are on the other sheepskin scroll, and this sheepskin scroll only has a small part of it. Zhong Xiaohua pinched her chin and thought for a moment. She flew to the top of the ring finger mountain. It was no different from what she saw with her divine sense previously. There was no fluctuation of vitality here, nor were there any rare herbs. There were only a few clumps of wild jujube trees, standing tall under the sun and the mountain breeze. Wild jujube forest? Zhong Xiaohua looked at the plain and ordinary wild jujube forest and almost laughed bitterly. Her family was poor when she was young. Her 2 elder brothers would look for food in the surrounding mountains and forests when they had nothing to do. The wild jujube was a specialty of Lu Town. Well, it could not be said to be a specialty. It was common in all the forests around Pingyang City. When she was young, Zhong Xiaohua followed Zhong Xiaohu and Zhong Xiaolong around. She had eaten many of these sweet and sour jujubes before. Even her teeth had been affected by the sourness of these wild jujubes. Is the treasure in this wild jujube forest? Zhong Xiaohua released his divine sense. The whole wild jujube forest was like what he saw with his eyes. It was no different from the wild jujube forest in his memory when he was young. The only difference was that there were more rotting leaves and wild jujubes in 2s and 3s in the forest. This is strange. I don't see anything different. Should I go in and take a look? Zhong Xiaohua was a little hesitant. After all, what she saw with her divine sense was no different from what she saw with her naked eyes. Moreover, she had been away from the Guozhuang house for a long time. Last time, she had made her mother worried. This time, it was better to go back in time. Zhong Xiaohua finished thinking and was about to turn around. Suddenly, A chill came from the bottom of his heart and spread throughout his body. Shivering, Zhong Xiaohua shuddered and all the hair on his body stood on end. He finally thought of something. It was the same feeling Zhong Xiaohua had when he passed through the forest at the entrance of the Yulan Grand Canyon. The whole wild jujube forest was dead silent. No matter if it was a normal mountain forest, whether it was wild jujube forest or wild forest, as long as there were trees, there would definitely be birds. And when there were birds, there would definitely be birds chirping. The forest at the entrance of the Yulan Grand Canyon was a formation, but there were no birds chirping. Could it be that this wild jujube forest was also a formation? However, the forest at the entrance of the Yulan Grand Canyon was usually covered by fog. Only when the forest was in the Yulan Grand Canyon would the fog dissipate. Thus, people could tell at a glance that this was a formation. Unfortunately, Zhong Xiaohua's divine sense was suppressed by the formation of the Yulan Grand Canyon. He couldn't go very far and didn't know the situation of the entire mountain forest. He also didn't know if the situation in this wild jujube forest was similar to the formation in the forest. However, one thing was certain, this wild jujube forest was definitely not ordinary. Perhaps, it was the location of the hidden treasure on the sheepskin scroll. Since he knew that it was a formation, Zhong Xiaohua certainly didn't dare to be careless. Suppressing the shock in his heart, he flew to the front of the wild jujube forest. With his hands behind his back, he carefully sized up the forest. This wild jujube forest was about 3 mu in size. Inside, there were sparse wild jujube trees. The wild jujubes on the trees were also sparse. Similarly, there were some ripe jujubes on the ground. The mountain wind blew. At the top of the wild jujube trees, the small branches swayed with the wind. Occasionally, a few small wild jujubes fell to the ground. Except for the lack of sound and the absence of birds on the trees, everything was exactly the same as an ordinary wild jujube forest. After looking for a long time, Zhong Xiaohua couldn't see what kind of formation this was. Naturally, he couldn't talk about breaking the formation. Frowning and hesitating for a moment, Zhong Xiaohua walked towards the wild jujube forest. When he reached the edge of the wild jujube tree, he stopped. What he saw with the naked eye was the same as what he saw with his divine sense. The space between the two wild jujube trees was enough for a carriage to pass through. To enter or not to enter? Zhong Xiaohua's heart was beating like a drum. Perhaps I should try first. Zhong Xiaohua was a little too confident in his own character. However, when he took a step into the wild jujube forest, a sense of vigilance rose from the bottom of his heart. This feeling was the result of his understanding of the way of karma. It made him tremble and shocked. It was as if there was an unparalleled aura in front of him that made him feel an unprecedented sense of danger. At the moment when the sense of vigilance appeared, Zhong Xiaohua felt a huge suction force coming from the mysterious wild jujube forest in front of him. The suction force wasn't his feet, nor was it his body. It was the divine sense he sent out. Strangely, at the same time when the suction force appeared, Zhong Xiaohua's eyes suddenly blurred. A huge and magnificent palace appeared in front of Zhong Xiaohua's eyes. However, at this moment, how could Zhong Xiaohua dare to hesitate? As soon as the sense of vigilance appeared, he immediately made a hand seal and flew away. As Zhong Xiaohua's figure flew away, the suction force of the wild jujube forest also changed. Like the mouth of a giant beast, it sucked Zhong Xiaohua's body. Zhong Xiaohua's body just flew away and stopped in midair. His foot was still within the range of the wild jujube forest. Go! Zhong Xiaohua's face changed greatly. Without thinking, his other hand seal changed again. It was the wood escape technique that Zhong Xiaohua had learned from between the clouds and the water. A green light flashed. Zhong Xiaohua's figure didn't escape, but the light on his foot flickered and he immediately escaped the range of the wild jujube forest. Immediately, Zhong Xiaohua didn't dare to stay. He made a hand seal and flew away immediately. Until he flew to the vicinity of Lu Zhen, he didn't dare to look back. Sweat. What kind of strange place is this? Zhong Xiaohua wiped the sweat on his forehead and scolded in his heart, I have always been a good person. Why did I die here today? Stoneman Peak and Five Claw Peak are not far from Lu Zhen. Why did I never? At this point, Zhong Xiaohua was suddenly stunned. His mind lit up and some of the doubts in his heart were immediately cleared. Isn't that so? Misty sect had obtained this sheepskin scroll 5 years ago. Furthermore, they had obtained the treasure from the location of the 5 Claw Mountains' hidden treasure. Following that, Misty sect had met with a calamity. Calculating the time. Wasn't that the time when Hero Wen, Heroine Shui, and Hero Lu and the others appeared around Lu Town? Maybe Hero Wen, Heroine Shui, and Hero Lu went to the wild jujube forest of the 5 Claw Peak. Cause and effect. Cause and effect. Zhong Xiaohua couldn't help but sigh. She understood and closed her eyes to comprehend. If Wen Wenhai and Xueqing didn't come to Luzhen, how could they save Zhong Xiaohua's family? If they didn't see the martial arts of the 2 Misty School disciples, how could Zhong Xiaohua and Zhong Xiaohu have the idea of practicing martial arts? If they didn't have this idea, how could they walk out of the Guozhuang house and go to Pingyang City? If they didn't go to Pingyang City, how could Zhong Xiaohu enter the Misty School? How could Zhong Xiaohua learn the worry-free mental cultivation technique? Without these 2 possibilities, how could so many things happen in the future? How could Zhong Xiaohu regain control of the Misty School and Zhong Xiaohua save the entire Misty School? If it weren't for Lu Yuming, Zhong Xiaohua and Zhong Xiaolong would have died in the hands of the 3 wolves of Shikui Mountain. Liu Qian would have become the wife of the mountain bandits and Zhong Bairen wouldn't have been able to be born in glory. However, if it weren't for Wen Wenhai, Xueqing, and Lu Yueming's trip to the 5 Claw Peak, perhaps, the Misty School wouldn't have been targeted by the Righteous Alliance and wouldn't have been destroyed by the Fragrance Cult, the Daylin Temple, and the Righteous Alliance. Cause and effect. One cause and one effect. This cause and effect were intertwined and intertwined. When would such a karmic retribution come to an end? Boom. Zhong Xiaohua's mind roared and the way of karma suddenly moved. Under the starry sky of Zhong Xiaohua's heavenly Tao, 5 huge fingers continuously formed hand seals. It seemed to be demonstrating the essence of the way of karma and also seemed to be demonstrating the way of karma's dharma. Please vote monthly, recommend, bookmark, and tip. Thank you. -4. Chapter 1073. An endless torrent came from afar and hit Zhong Xiaohua, but it did not cause any ripples. It ignored Zhong Xiaohua's existence and quietly passed through her. Then, it flowed into the distance, which was also very far away. She could not see the end of it. Zhong Xiaohua stood in the middle of the torrent in a daze, looking at the boundless and endless torrent. He was very surprised at where he was, but then he saw with his naked eye that every tiny droplet of water in the torrent was a lifelike face. These faces were doing something, and these ordinary things would stop abruptly after a certain point. Then, they would start again, and it would continue endlessly. When Zhong Xiaohua carefully looked at some of the water droplets that passed through her body and thought for a long time, she suddenly realized that these connected water droplets were the cause and effect of some things. One after another, and one after another, they formed such a vast torrent. She did not know how many things and how much cause and effect there were. As she was thinking, she suddenly saw a familiar face in one of the water droplets. Was it not Meng? But that water droplet was very far away, and she could only see Meng's face. The others could not see it clearly. Zhong Xiaohua frowned and wanted to move, but she wanted to, but she did not have the strength. Her whole body did not have any strength. Seeing that Meng's face was far away, Zhong Xiaohua could not help but feel anxious. With a thought, her whole body turned into a big hand, and the 5 fingers moved. It was a very mysterious spell. The spell pointed at the water droplet where Meng was. In an instant, the water droplet solidified and stopped. But this solidification only lasted for a moment. Because this water droplet solidified, the other water droplets that it was connected to also solidified. Even the torrent around the water droplet showed signs of solidifying, but this solidification was so small in the vast torrent. In just an instant, it was washed away by the torrent behind, and no trace of it could be seen. At this time, Zhong Xiaohua's body that had turned into a hand could not support it. A sense of fatigue that she had never felt before arose spontaneously. She fainted for a while, and when she woke up again, she was in the air beside Lu Jun, exactly where he had closed his eyes to comprehend. Ayo, this is bad. Zhong Xiaohua barely managed to stabilize his body and descended from the air. He used his hand to support his aching head, and his heart was filled with regret. This enlightenment was indeed valuable, but he had already told his mother and father that he would be back in a moment. However, he did not know how long it had taken him to comprehend this. He thought that Guo Zhuang's mother must be worried again, now that Zhong Xiaohua's divine sense was exhausted, and the vital energy in her meridians was also exhausted. She could not use the flying technique or the imperial wind technique. She could barely use the ethereal steps. How could she return to the Guozhuang house quickly? However, this was also good. Zhong Xiaohua was always in the clouds before, and it was not convenient for her to show up in front of the people in the Guozhuang house. Now, after Zhong Xiaohua took out some silver to buy an inferior horse, she had a legitimate reason to return to the Guozhuang house. In the river of karma, what Zhong Xiaohua saw was very strange. It had exceeded Zhong Xiaohua's cultivation and knowledge. Even in the small water droplet, Meng. Perhaps it was not the woman in Meng Chao's dream, but the moment she appeared, Zhong Xiaohua was confused. Even though her face was very similar, but she should be Meng Chao's mother, the woman Aya whom he had never met before. The road from Lu Town to the Guozhuang house, Zhong Xiaohua had felt that it was very long. It was long enough for her to walk for a lifetime. But now, before she could understand what she had comprehended and the little things about the Lady Aya, the familiar Guozhuang house was in front of her. At the entrance of the village, Zhong Bairen was playing with Little Black and Little Yellow. These two little things might have known that Zhong Xiaohua was coming, and were unusually excited. Perhaps they had been instructed by Zhong Xiaohua to restrain themselves. Only when Zhong Xiaohua appeared at the side of the road, did they want to escape from Zhong Bairen's hands and fly to Zhong Xiaohua's side. Seeing this, Zhong Xiaohua jumped in fright and hurriedly warned in his heart not to move. Sure enough, the two little things did not understand the word fly, but they knew not to move, so they obediently stayed by Zhong Bairen's side. At this moment, Ji Xiaohua happened to come looking for Zhong Xiaohua. Seeing Zhong Xiaohua slowly walking by the side of the road, she was extremely happy. Reaching out, she hugged Zhong Bairen and quickly ran in front of Zhong Xiaohua's horse. Seeing Zhong Xiaohua's pale face, Xiaohua was stunned. Turning her head to look at the children at the entrance of the Guozhuang house, she whispered, "Young master, are you injured?" Zhong Xiaohua looked at the child who had the same name as her and smiled. "Didn't mother say it? Don't call me young master, you never change." Ji Xiaohua blushed and shook her head. "It's still easier to call me young master. I don't want to change. Is young master's injury serious?" "Where am I injured? I'm just unbearably tired." Zhong Xiaohua waved his hand and jumped down from the inferior horse. Xiaohua hurriedly reached out a hand, wanting to support him. "That's not necessary. Do I still need you to support me?" Zhong Xiaohua didn't know whether to laugh or cry and said casually, "Of course, in Songning Town, this is how we take care of the young masters of large families." Xiaohua said in a deadpan manner. Forget it. Zhong Xiaohua couldn't out-talk Ji Xiaohua. Waving his hand, she said, "My family isn't a large family, you don't need to." Thinking of this, she asked again, "Oh right, Ji Xiaohua, how many days have I left home?" "How many days?" Xiaohua stared blankly and scratched her head, saying, "Young master, what do you mean? Didn't you just leave this morning?" "This morning?" Zhong Xiaohua also stared blankly. He originally thought that he had comprehended in Shitsue Mountain for a few days, but he didn't realize it. Today's comprehension had already seen some torrent, so it should have taken 10 days or half a month. Who knew? It was only a moment. Yes, it was early in the morning. Young master came back and immediately left, saying that he had to deal with the others and would be back in a while. But it was almost dark, and you didn't come back, so old madam was worried and kept looking up at the sky when she had nothing to do. Speaking of this, Xiaohua looked up and said enviously, "But I didn't expect young master to come back on a horse." Zhong Xiaohua's heart moved, and he said with a smile, "Ji Xiaohua, if I teach you this flying method, do you think your mother will be happy in the underworld?" Xiaohua stared blankly, and her face immediately showed a pleasantly surprised expression. She carefully put Zhong Bairen on the ground, turned over and kowtowed, crying, "Young master, no. Master. Are you going to accept me as your disciple? Mother. Mother, she will definitely like it." Speaking of Xiaohua's mother, Zhong Xiaohua also sighed. In order to repay Zhong Xiaohua's kindness, she dragged her sick body and traveled thousands of miles to report. Even if she died in a foreign land, she didn't tell anyone about her selfishness. She only told Ji Xiaohua in private that if she couldn't return the favor, how could she cultivate in peace? Zhong Xiaohua stretched out his hand to help Ji Xiaohua up. Zhong Bairen, who was beside him, opened his big black eyes. He thought that Ji Xiaohua was playing a trick, so he also wanted to kneel down. He muttered, "Master. Master." However, Bairen was still young, and his hands and feet weren't nimble. He fell to the ground in an instant. Before he could call out "Master," he started to cry. Zhong Xiaohua had no choice but to reach out and carry Zhong Bairen, coaxing, "Bairen, my good boy, don't cry." The other hand pulled Xiaohua, saying, "Get up, Ji Xiaohua. If I open a sect, you will be my disciple. If I don't open a sect, I can also teach you martial arts. Master, a master for a day is a father for life. Master, if you teach me martial arts, then I will be master. I won't call you young master anymore, I will call you master," Xiaohua said respectfully. Zhong Xiaohua held Zhong Bairen in her arms. Looking at Ji Xiaohua's serious expression, she nodded slightly and said with a smile, "Since that's the case, I will recognize you as my disciple." Ji Xiaohua was overjoyed. She turned around and wanted to bow again. Zhong Xiaohua's eyes were sharp and her hands were quick. She stopped her and said, "Don't kowtow, I know what you are thinking." "Yes, master," Ji Xiaohua shouted happily. She turned around and led the inferior horse behind Zhong Xiaohua, saying with a smile, "Master's horse can be compared to Huan." Huan? Zhong Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. She smiled and said, "Your Huan is very good. It's just that she hasn't come back with me now. She is a spiritual beast. How can this inferior horse compare to her?" "Spiritual beast? What is that?" Xiaohua was stunned. "You will know in the future." Zhong Xiaohua did not know how to explain. At this time, Zhong Bairen had stopped crying. He called out for master and struggled to get off the ground. Little Black and Little Yellow were obediently perched on Zhong Xiaohua's shoulders. They were very obedient. Zhong Bairen got off the ground and called out for master. He ran towards the Guozhuang house. Zhong Xiaohua watched with a smile and quickly followed behind. Xiaohua was leading the horse behind her. Before Zhong Xiaohua entered the village, a villager walked out. He was surprised to see Zhong Xiaohua and asked him about the past few years, but Zhong Xiaohua did not say much. He only said that he was poor outside and had no choice but to return to Guo village. Seeing Zhong Xiaohua's horse, the villager understood and told Zhong Xiaohua about the Zhong family's courtyard being robbed by bandits. In the end, he did not forget to say, "Fortunately, your Zhong family is blessed with good fortune. When the bandits saw that you did not have any gold or silver, they let you go. No lives were lost, only a few houses were burned down. But the chief's family, the gold and silver were gone, and a few lives were lost. Sigh, our Guo village, how poor are we? How did we attract bandits? This clan leader, TSK, he is also unlucky. Tell me, where did he get all the money from? Isn't it all the hard work of our villagers? I still don't know." Seeing that this villager, whose surname was not Guo, seemed to have endless bitterness, how could Zhong Xiaohua be willing to listen? She only said a few perfunctory words and then left for home. Thinking back, when Zhong Xiaohua returned home and showed off her martial arts skills, it could be said that she returned home in glory. She was admired by many people and could be called a capable person of the Guozhuang house. Now that she was a little down and injured, it attracted the attention of many people. The villagers she met would say a few words of concern and secretly sigh at the changes in the world. Therefore, when Zhong Xiaohua reached the door and saw her mother coming out to welcome her, the sky was already dark. -4. Chapter 1074. Zhong Cai and Guo Sufei, as well as Zhong Xiaolong and his wife, came out of the door to welcome them. Earlier, Guo Sufei had heard from the neighbor's children that her youngest son, whom she had not seen for many years, had returned. Guo Sufei did not pay much attention to it because Zhong Xiaohua had returned home a long time ago. It was just that no one knew that he had come and gone. However, when she heard that Zhong Xiaohua's face was pale and that he seemed to be injured, Guo Sufei could not sit still. When she saw that Zhong Xiaohua was really sick, her heart ached. Although she saw Zhong Bairen calling out "Master, Master" and running past her, she only patted his head. However, her eyes were fixed on Zhong Xiaohua's face, and her footsteps were somewhat hurried. Seeing that her mother was worried and her father was blaming her, Zhong Xiaohua stepped forward and bowed, "Greetings, mother, greetings, father." She then winked and bowed to Zhong Xiaolong and Liu Qian, "Greetings, elder brother, elder sister-in-law." Zhong Xiaolong and Liu Qian were stunned for a moment, but they immediately understood. They were surprised and said, "Xiaohua, why did you suddenly come back?" However, Guo Sufei did not care. She grabbed Zhong Xiaohua's hand and said anxiously, "My son, where are you injured?" "Didn't I say?" Zhong Xiaohua hurriedly said, "Mother, I'm fine. Really, I'm just tired. I ran around for a few days and wanted to come back quickly." Guo Sufei glared at him. She looked at the villagers next to her and could not bear to pinch her hand. She only said, "It's good that you're back. Mother would rather you come back a few days later than see you like this." Zhong Xiaohua's heart warmed. She nodded and said, "I've made mother worry. I'm really tired. I'll be fine tomorrow after resting for a night." "Well, since Xiaohua said so, it should be fine. Let's go home first. The child came back from afar, so it's better for her to rest." Zhong Cai continued. Then, he turned to the villagers and said, "Everyone, when Xiaohua is well rested, I will bring her to visit all of you in a few days. Don't mention it, don't mention it. We're all from the same village. There's no need to be so polite." Everyone chuckled when they heard that. They waved their hands and busied themselves with their own matters. Only a few naughty children stared enviously at Little Black and Little Martin on Zhong Xiaohua's shoulders. They were obviously wondering why the puppy was so smart to be able to stand on Zhong Xiaohua's shoulders. They might even have to train their own dogs at night. When Zhong Xiaohua followed her mother and the others into the house, Mr. Liu, who had received the news, also rushed over. Zhong Xiaohua did not dare to neglect and quickly went forward to greet him. Who knew that Mr. Liu did not dare to accept the greeting and also respectfully returned the greeting, making Zhong Xiaohua a little embarrassed. Liu Qian saw it from the side and pursed her lips into a smile. "Father knows that you can fly. When you are an immortal, he doesn't dare." "Qian," Mr. Liu chided. "Xiaohua is different from us now. You can't." Zhong Xiaohua hurriedly bowed again and said respectfully, "Although I have some remarkable powers, an elder is still an elder. Mr. Liu is my elder. I dare not neglect you." This time, Mr. Liu could not move. He could only allow Zhong Xiaohua to bow. However, his eyes were filled with gratification. When Zhong Xiaohua stood still, Mr. Liu could move his hands and feet. He did not fuss about it anymore. He used his hand to stroke his beard and said, "When drinking water, one can think of the source. When one is rich, one does not go back to one's roots. This is a great virtue." Zhong Xiaohua scratched her head and invited Mr. Liu to take a seat. When Mr. Liu sat down, Zhong Xiaohua smiled and said to Zhong Cai and Guo Sufei, "Father, mother, don't worry. Second brother has already reached Pingyang City. I reckon he will be back in a few days' time." "Is that so?" Guo Sufei was surprised and asked in return. "Of course." The boy saw it with his own eyes. "Don't worry." Zhong Xiaohua made a solemn vow and said, "If second brother is busy and can't come back, let's go to Pingyang City to visit him. He is now the sect leader of a famous sect. He is very prestigious." Mr. Liu was surprised. Pingyang City was so far away. Zhong Xiaohua left early in the morning and came back at night. If she did not fly, how else could she go? Liu Qian was smart. She brewed the Yunwu tea that Zhong Xiaohua brought back with mountain spring water and served it. Before the teacup was placed on the table, a refreshing tea fragrance filled the entire central room. This tea fragrance was intoxicating. However, Zhong Xiaohua could not help but frown when she smelled it. The Yunwu tea itself contained the energy of heaven and earth. The mountain spring water of the Zhong family was even more abundant. If they only drank the mountain spring water, it was already extremely fragrant. If they drank the Yunwu tea, it would be hard not to attract attention. Looking at her mother, father, and Mr. Liu enjoying the tea, Zhong Xiaohua smiled and said, "Father, our mountain spring water. Has anyone been thinking about it?" "Yes. Why not?" Zhong Cai drank the tea and put down the teacup. He smiled and said, "After all, our crops are different from other families. Your mother and I, and Mr. Liu, are getting younger and younger. Many people have come to ask about it. Cough cough. Because of this, I have even discussed with your brother. We still use the river water when we plant crops. We will only use the mountain spring water for our own consumption. No one has discovered anything." However, Mr. Liu shook his head. That might not be the case. When we were drinking tea, we were also seen by people a few times. They all wanted to ask where we bought the tea leaves from. We all said that it was sent by Xiao Hu. This Yunwu tea is even more fragrant. It is not something that ordinary people can drink. In the future, people might see through us. Isn't it just drinking tea? Is it that serious? Guo Sufei was a little doubtful. In-law, don't be careless. If the Zhong family did not show some signs in the past few years, how could we have provoked the mountain bandits a few days ago? Mr. Liu explained. After all, Mr. Liu had seen the Zhong family in the past few years with his own eyes. If they did not have some external wealth, they would not be so prosperous. How could they not attract the envy of others? Hearing Mr. Liu's words, Guo Sufei was a little sad. She said, "If Mr. Liu says so, then my Zhong family is very rich." Haha, in-law, wealth has its own reasons. With wealth, there must be a way to guarantee wealth. Otherwise, you can only be like the clan leader of the Guozhuang house. Then, he looked at Zhong Xiaohua and said, "Isn't there still Xiaohua here? If it was not for her a few days ago, you all would have been in trouble. Of course, now that Xiaohua is back, how much wealth do you all want? Isn't it just a matter of words?" Zhong Xiaohua smiled and said, "Mr. Liu's words are very reasonable." Then, she told them what had happened in the past few days. When they heard that Zhong Xiaohua had killed many people in the past few days, everyone could not help but tremble in fear. Guo Sufei also frowned, as if she wanted to blame him. Mr. Liu saw this and sighed in his heart. He even explained, "In-law, don't blame Xiaohua for this matter. It is necessary to eradicate evil. If he shows mercy, he may be harmed instead. And, didn't you hear? These people's hands are all covered in blood. Xiaohua is also enforcing justice on behalf of the heavens. What he did was very right, but..." Guo Sufei's brows were still knitted. She said worriedly, "But Xiaohua has done so. He has killed many people himself. In the future, won't he go to hell? I'd rather go to hell myself than let my child go there." These words expressed the feelings of a loving mother. The hall was silent. Liu Qian looked at Bai Ren, who was mumbling something in her arms. She also had the same thoughts. She only wanted to bear all the sins for Bai Ren and let all the pain of Bai Ren be on her. She could not bear to let him have the slightest bit of grievance. Mother Tilda Zhong Xiaohua stood up and walked to his mother's side. He squatted down like a child in the past and smiled. "Mother, don't worry. Your son is now an immortal. A place like hell will not take me in." Guo Sufei knew that he was comforting her. She smiled and rubbed her son's head. She said, "Xiaohua, you are all grown up. Mother can't care so much. But, when you are outside, Mother is always worried, afraid of this, afraid of that. Even when you come back, Mother doesn't dare to ask you about Xiaohu personally. Boy is unfilial. I've made Mother worry." Zhong Xiaohua said guiltily. "Xiaohua, don't worry. Although your mother misses you, she always praises you in front of me. She said that in the entire Guozhuang house, only her 3 sons are capable and no one can compare to them. Zhong Cai comforted at the side. That is. Guo Sufei glared at Zhong Cai and said, look at Baldy Guo's family at the entrance of the village. One of his children works at the counter in Lu Town and only earns 1 cent of silver a month. Another child was found to be playing with fake wood ears and was locked in the prison in Pingyang City. Then look, Zhong Xiaohua was listening with a happy face. However, the more he listened, the stranger his expression became. In the end, he almost laughed bitterly. His mother had mentioned all the good-for-nothings in the Guozhuang house. This, how could he compare with them? Mr. Liu also laughed as he listened. Liu Qian also pursed her lips and laughed. Zhong Bairen was tired of staying in his mother's arms. He walked in front of Zhong Xiaohua and opened his 2 small arms, asking for a hug. However, he kept calling out master, master, eh? Mr. Liu heard and asked curiously, Xiaohua, what did Bairen call you? It doesn't seem to be little uncle, right? Zhong Xiaohua smiled and told him about what happened at the entrance of the village. He said, I thought that if I could teach Ji Xiaohua some martial arts, I would be able to establish myself. It would be worthy of this fate. Xiaohua, this little brat. He doesn't want to be a good younger brother but insists on being a disciple. Guo Sufei said angrily, this time, he should call me Master's grandmother. Zhong Xiaohua was sweating profusely. He waved his hand and said, Mother, please, this. Xiaohua, can I take on a surname in the future? I thought you were talking about me. Mr. Liu rolled his eyes and said with a smile, then, if Xiaohua establishes a sect, wouldn't Ji Xiaohua be the first disciple? Zhong Xiaohua was stunned and nodded naturally, perhaps. Mr. Liu shook his head with a smile and said, No, Xiaohua, the first one to kowtow was Xiaohua, but the first one you helped up was not he. Then, who else? Zhong Xiaohua was stunned. However, she immediately thought of Zhong Bairen who raised his hand and said, Mr. Liu, are you talking about Bairen? But Bairen is my nephew. If I have the ability, I will definitely teach him. As for apprenticeship, there is no need. Mr. Liu shook his head, no, not only Zhong Xiaohua, even Zhong Xiaolong and Liu Qian who had been silent all this time were also puzzled. Please vote monthly, please vote recommendation, please collect, please tip, thank you. Com to vote recommendation and monthly. -4. Chapter 1075. Mr. Liu took a sip of tea and placed the teacup on the table. He stroked his beard and smiled. Xiaohua, if you were to establish a sect, what would it be called? Zhong Xiaohua smiled and said, I'm slow-witted. I casually mentioned the name Bida School and used it in the pugilistic world. I don't have any other ideas for now. Yes, the Big Dipper stars in the middle of the night. Once the Big Dipper appears, it will reign supreme. Mr. Liu nodded when he heard this. He said a lot of unfathomable things like Chu Zhigao's mother on Dragon Mountain. Zhong Xiaohua scratched his head and didn't know how to interrupt. After Mr. Liu finished talking about the benefits of Bida School, he asked Zhong Xiaohua, Xiaohua, you think that Bairen is your nephew and is related to you by blood. You have the obligation to teach him and pass on the teachings of Bida School to him. But, you have to know that Bairen is only your nephew, not your son. He should belong to Xiaolong and Liu Qian, not you, Zhong Xiaohua, and not the Bida School. Therefore, from this point of view, you did not teach the Big Dipper sect's orthodoxy to him properly. Moreover, this is also very unfair to Xiaohua. Maybe Ji Xiaohua doesn't care, maybe Bairen doesn't care, maybe your disciples don't care when you're alive, but, when you're gone, when your disciples are gone, what about their descendants? Will they not care about Bairen? Also, what about after Bairen? Will he take in disciples? What about his disciples? Will he also start another sect? Or in your Bida School? As Mr. Liu asked one question after another, Zhong Xiaohua couldn't help but scratch his head again and again. He had never thought so much, but Mr. Liu's words did sound reasonable. Moreover, since you want to start a sect, of course, rules are the most important. With rules, your sect can follow rules and operate normally. So, The first thing you have to do is not play favoritism and treat your blood relatives as your orthodoxy. You can't teach your martial arts to your nephew without the sect's name. Master, master. Zhong Bairen, who was next to him, muttered, not knowing if he understood. But Zhong Xiaohua was at a loss for words. He thought of the strange situation when Zhong Bairen was born. This little thing's future achievements would be incomparable to his. How could he be his master? No buts. Mr. Liu waved his hand and said, since you helped Bairen up first, then if you want to take in disciples, then Bairen should be your first disciple, which is the first disciple of the sect, and not Xiaohua Ji. Xiaohua, do you think what I said is reasonable? Mr. Liu raised his head and said to Xiaohua Ji. Mr. Liu's words are very reasonable. Master did help Bairen up first. Bairen is still young, but at that time, he was still calling master. Xiaohua Ji said honestly, I don't dare to fight for the title of first disciple with little young master. Liu Qian didn't know why her father said so much to Zhong Xiaohua, but she couldn't say anything. She could only whisper, Xiaohua, my father's words, if it's inconvenient, don't listen. Your sect is more important. Maybe you don't need to care. Everyone here is related to you, so they won't leak it. Zhong Xiaohua had already made up her mind. She laughed and said, Mr. Liu's words are very reasonable. Although Byron's apprenticeship was a little coincidental, just a little boy playing around, but what is fate? This is fate. If I were to set up a sect, this Bida school's first disciple would undoubtedly be Bairen. Hihi, since I can be Zhong Bairen's uncle, why can't I be his master? Bairen also giggled. He put his little hand on Zhong Xiaohua's face and scratched again and again. Well, after scratching for a while, he was tired and fell asleep in Zhong Xiaohua's arms. Liu Qian took over Zhong Bairen. Zhong Xiaolong couldn't help but ask, I heard that all sects have a mountain gate. For example, the Misty School is in Pingyang City's Misty Peak. What about your Bida school? Where is it? Don't tell me it's in the Guozhuang house. Zhong Xiaohua smiled and said, Big brother, of course it won't be in the Guozhuang house. I already know it in my heart. Let's wait a little longer. After all, I'm still young and my cultivation hasn't reached the peak. I'm afraid I'll delay others. Then, he looked at Xiaohua Ji and said, of course, even if I don't set up a sect, this martial art will still be taught to Ji Xiaohua. Why don't we set it up in Shikui Mountain? I heard that the mountain there is very high. It's easy to defend and hard to attack. Zhong Xiaohua sweated profusely. Big brother, Shikui Mountain's reputation is ruined. How would I dare to go there? I already know it in my heart. Let's wait a few years. If the opportunity doesn't appear, I'll find a better place. Oh right, big brother, let me ask you. In the west of Lu Town, about 100 miles away, is there a mountain range called the Mountain Range? 100 miles? Zhong Xiaolong shook his head. I haven't been that far. Mr. Liu said, that place seems to be called Yarrow Mountain. I went there when I was young. Why? Do you want to set up your sect there? Zhong Xiaohua shook her head. No, I just feel that there's something strange there. Just now when I passed by there. Just now? Everyone was surprised. That's 100 miles, not 10 miles. Zhong Xiaohua scratched her head and said, I'm just guessing. I don't know the exact distance. Maybe 200 miles? Yes, the exact distance should be 120 miles. Mr. Liu smiled and nodded. Everyone felt dizzy again. After a long while, Guo Sufei probed, Xiaohua, mother has something she doesn't understand. Mother, please speak. Zhong Xiaohua quickly said. Well, mother thinks, isn't your second brother the head of some Misty school? Why don't you join the Misty school? You two brothers can support each other if you're together. Isn't that better? Zhong Xiaohua understood her mother's meaning. She waved her hand and said, I naturally understand mother's words. If the Misty school needs anything, or if second brother wants me to do something for the Misty school, of course I won't refuse. But, second brother got the inheritance of the Misty school. Naturally, he has to work for the Misty school. But I didn't get the inheritance of the Misty school. So, People who walk different paths cannot make plans together. Even if I can't start my own sect, I'm afraid I can't leave this legacy to the Misty School. People who walk different paths cannot make plans together. Mr. Liu clapped his hands and praised, "These words are wonderful." Then he turned to Guosufei and said, "In-law, congratulations on giving birth to 2 dragons and phoenixes. Xiaohua and Xiaohu should be outstanding. If they were both in the Misty School, one of them would have to settle down. Although it can't be said that a mountain can't accommodate 2 tigers, the principle is the same. I'm afraid that in the future, the 2 brothers will have something to do with each other. Why don't we do as Xiaohua said, each of them can support each other in their future? It's the best of both worlds." Zhong Cai and Guosufei nodded as if they were enlightened. But when Zhong Xiaolong heard his father-in-law praise his 2 brothers, he felt proud but also a little sad. He faintly felt that he was much worse than his brothers. Liu Qian was extremely sensitive. She hugged Bai Ren with one hand and secretly held her husband's hand with the other. Her eyes were full of tenderness. How sensitive were Zhong Xiaohua's senses now? She also felt that something was wrong. Looking at her brother and sister-in-law's love, she couldn't help but think of a dream. If husband and wife had such a mutual understanding, why would they care about helping each other in difficult times? Immediately, Zhong Xiaohua smiled and said, "Mr. Liu praising me and my second brother is really a little too much. Maybe it's really like what Mr. Liu said, us 2 brothers have some achievements. But these may not be the credit of the 2 of us. For example, my second brother has received the legacy of many seniors in the Misty School. Not to mention the distant ones, the closest ones are sect leader Ou, Zhong Chengyu, Hero Wen, Heroine Shui, and Hero Lu. Mr. Liu only sees my second brother's achievements. He may not know the contributions of these seniors in the Misty School." Mr. Liu clapped his hands and said, "Xiaohua is right. This old man is wrong. Just say whatever you want. Mr. Liu, please listen." Zhong Xiaohua smiled and said, "As for myself, I have received the legacy of a person called Venerable Fiery Dragon. He was a rogue cultivator and didn't belong to any sect. Even if he had a sect, it would have died out long ago. I just took advantage of it and took it as Venerable Fiery Dragon's contribution. Before Venerable Fiery Dragon, I don't know about it and I can't talk about it." Mr. Liu didn't know what Zhong Xiaohua was referring to, but he felt that what she said was very reasonable. He nodded slightly. "So, you can't just look at my second brothers and my brother's contributions. You can't look at the contributions of the people behind us." Zhong Xiaohua said to Zhong Xiaolong, "As for big brother, me?" When Zhong Xiaolong heard that it was him, he was stunned. He quickly let go of Liu Qian's hand and asked curiously, "That's right, big brother. There's another type of people. They might not be able to succeed from birth, they might not be able to become famous, and they might remain unknown forever, but they exist for the sake of other people's existence. Without them, the people who rely on them will never be able to become famous and succeed. And, as long as these people become famous, then, those who are destined to be the helpers of others will also become famous. It's just that their names will always be associated with those famous people." Zhong Xiaohua finally smiled and said, "Big brother, you are such a person. Your name will definitely become famous along with Bai Ren. Your name will shake the world." "Bai Ren?" Zhong Xiaolong was surprised and said, "After talking for so long, I thought you were talking about you. When you become the head of Bida School, when people hear that I am Zhong Xiaohua's brother, they will respect me to death." Zhong Xiaohua shook her head and said, "It's Zhong Bai Ren, Zhong Jian. In the future, your name will shake the world because of him. Because you are Zhong Byron's father, your existence is for the sake of Zhong Byron's rebirth. Maybe. I also exist because of Byron's existence." After listening to Zhong Xiaohua's words, Mr. Liu unconsciously let out a long sigh and said, "Xiaohua, what you said is very right. This old man agrees. However, a person is a person after all. Everyone has their own reason for existence. If they live purely for others, it's too dry and boring. No matter if their existence is for themselves or for others, they have to be positive, courageous, and optimistic. Only then will there be true meaning in life." -4. Chapter 1076. How could Zhong Xiaolong not know that his father-in-law was talking about him? He stood up and cupped his hands. Many thanks for father-in-law's guidance. This son-in-law understands. Mr. Liu nodded and said, since Qian'er chose you before, I also find you pleasing to the eye. I don't care if you've studied or if you're from a scholarly family. Now, although you're still a farmer and aren't necessarily wealthier than others, as long as you and Qian'er are happy, why would I care about you? You don't have to feel inferior. What's the point of being a farmer? Mr. Liu's words were very touching. However, when everyone heard not wealthier than others, their faces revealed a strange expression. This expression was so obvious that it could be seen on Ji Xiaohua's face. Mr. Liu couldn't help but feel strange. He said, could it be that I'm wrong? Zhong Xiaolong quickly smiled. Father-in-law is right. This son-in-law will be a farmer in the future. Zhong Xiaohua interrupted. Mr. Liu is right. It's just that, this kid thinks, Big Brother doesn't need to be a farmer in the future. Moreover, this Guozhuang house may not be able to stay for long. Mr. Liu was very surprised and said, why is that? Everyone was also curious about Zhong Xiaohua's last sentence. Zhong Xiaohua waved her hand and a huge chest appeared in the central room, right in front of everyone's eyes. This is. Mr. Liu was extremely shocked. I won't hide it from Mr. Liu. The bandits from Shikui Mountain came last time. It wasn't a groundless accusation. My Zhong family isn't as poor as a church mouse right now. We're not necessarily poorer than others. Then, Zhong Xiaohua waved her hand and the lid of the chest opened. Wow! Liu Qian and the others all cried out. Zhong Xiaolong was even more surprised. Xiaohua, this doesn't seem to be our family's chest. Mr. Liu looked at the chest full of jewels and was also dumbfounded. Although he was well read, he also had talent but had no opportunities. How could he have seen so much wealth? After a long while, he came back to his senses and sighed, after all, I'm just a mortal. Previously, I thought I was noble and virtuous, but now I know that it's because I haven't seen enough money to attract me. Just this chest of gold, silver, and jewelry is enough to tempt me. What about these? Zhong Xiaohua seemed like she would not stop until she said something shocking. With a wave of her hand, 3 similarly huge boxes were lined up in a row, all the way to the door. This. As Zhong Xiaohua opened the box, Mr. Liu's hands trembled. Mr. Liu, do you think my Zhong family is an ordinary village family? With all these, how can our Zhong family still stay in the Guozhuang house? My big brother, can he still be an honest farmer? After a long while, Mr. Liu finally calmed down. He took a deep breath and drank another cup of tea. He shook his head and said, it's easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but it's hard to go from extravagance to frugality. In law, it's not that this old man wants to criticize you, but this old man really admires you. With such a large amount of wealth, you can still peacefully live the life of a farmer. Even if this old man doesn't know how to live the life of a farmer, I still don't know how to live the life of a farmer, Zhong Cai said with a simple and honest smile. Even if you don't know, with money, there are many things you can do. The details of your life are already different from the villagers of the Guozhuang house. This Guozhuang house can't be lived in anymore. Xiaolong, have you always been dissatisfied with farming? Xiaolong nodded honestly, that's right. I feel that farming is no longer as urgent as it used to be. It doesn't matter whether I farm or not. Then, he looked at Zhong Xiaohua and said, even when the fields were burned a few times ago, I just casually threw out the jade pieces that Xiaohua gave me. I was too lazy to find a fire sickle. Seeing that Xiaolong was somewhat ashamed, Mr. Liu smiled and said, this is human nature. Before, farming was to make a living. If you don't farm, you can't do it. Working hard is also something you should do. Now that your family has a lot of money, who would farm for themselves? Farming is only for leisure activities. Xiaolong, you don't need to blame yourself. Zhong Xiaohua heard and said, actually, when I gave the money to my family, I already thought of this. But, seeing that I have so much wealth and father and brother still have to work hard in the fields, I can't bear it, so, Little Blossom, you're just being filial. You can't blame anyone for that. If you have money and still let father and brother work in the fields, then there is a problem. Mr. Liu smiled and said, but now, you are thinking about where to live and how to live. Zhong Xiaohua's eyes turned and smiled, not just us, Mr. Liu, don't you want to go with us? Mr. Liu was stunned and immediately became overjoyed. If you are willing, why wouldn't I be happy? Father, look at what you are saying. If you follow us, we can't be happier. Liu Qian had already integrated into the Zhong family. Naturally, she knew that her parents-in-law were very kind and respected her father. Of course, she would hope that her father would go with the Zhong family. Zhong Cai understood at this time and said, in-law, whether we move or not, you have to be with us. These years, we have tasted tea together. It feels good. If you are not here in the future, I will also feel lonely. Seeing that Guo Sufei also wanted to speak, Mr. Liu didn't argue. He nodded and said, in-law, even if you don't ask me to stay, I will still stay in your Zhong family. Where can I find such delicious tea in this world? Zhong Cai and Guo Sufei were also happy to hear this. Then, they frowned and asked Zhong Xiaohua, why are we talking about moving again? We have never thought of leaving the Guozhuang house. Zhong Xiaohua smiled and said, Father, Mother, Mr. Liu said it well. Things have changed with the passage of time. Now, second brother is the head of the Misty School. Although I haven't achieved it yet, from second brother's point of view, it is extremely inappropriate for you two to stay in the Guozhuang house. Previously, a thief from Shitsue Mountain almost hurt you. If the enemies of the Misty School come to find you in the future, won't it be a headache for second brother? So troublesome. Guo Sufei rubbed her forehead with her fingers and said in distress, if I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have let you go out in the pass. Zhong Xiaohua was speechless. It seemed that mother was still proud of second brother for becoming the head of the Misty School. Zhong Cai disagreed, if they don't go out, they will still be fighting with the Guozhuang house's old Guozhuang house's land. Zhong Xiaolong also smiled and said, yes, we can't stay in the Guozhuang house, but we can go to Lu Town or Pingyang City. Ayo, we can go to second brother's Misty School. It is also a good opportunity to practice martial arts. Big brother is right. Maybe second brother has the same idea. Let's wait for him to come back in 2 days. Zhong Xiaohua nodded and said, I don't know how Xiaohu is now. When will he come back? Guo Sufei muttered. Second brother is busy enjoying being the head of the gang. When he settles the matters of the Misty School, he will definitely come back. Zhong Xiaohua explained for Zhong Xiaohu. At the ethereal heights outside Pingyang City, Zhong Xiaohua imagined that Zhong Xiaohu would be enjoying being the head of the gang. However, he was now a busy mess. During the day, Zhong Xiaohua displayed her invincible prowess by transforming into Pan An and killing the deputy chief of the Righteous Alliance's wealthy class and the 4 consecrators. The remaining members of the Righteous Alliance had lost their will to fight and had surrendered early on. They became the captives of the Misty School and quietly waited for the Misty School to deal with them. The young disciples of the Misty School were all at the ethereal heights dealing with the aftermath. The task of capturing the Righteous Alliance members naturally fell on the shoulders of the disciples of the fragrant cult led by Ming Qing. After the captives' acupoints were sealed and sent to the dungeons and rooms of the ethereal heights to be guarded, Zhong Xiaohu and Ming Qing had different opinions. Zhong Xiaohu thought that this was the territory of the Misty School and should be guarded by the disciples of the Misty School. However, Ming Qing thought that it was his subordinates who captured the Righteous Alliance members. Naturally, his subordinates should be guarding them. Furthermore, his subordinates were also disciples of the Misty School. How could they not guard them? Zhong Xiaohu had no way to refute. He also didn't put on the airs of a leader and could only agree. Next was how to deal with the Righteous Alliance members. Zhong Xiaohu had seen the evil deeds of the Righteous Alliance members in the ethereal heights many years ago. Naturally, he wanted to cripple these disciples' martial arts once and for all. His reason was that the Righteous Alliance was about to launch a counterattack. If they were left alive, there would be people left to guard them. Even if they were rescued by the Righteous Alliance, they would still be strong opponents. However, Ming Qing objected. He thought that after these Righteous Alliance members were captured, they would definitely become qualified disciples of the Misty School. Even if they couldn't, they should still be escorted back to the Fragrant Cult and become disciples of the Fragrant Cult. There was no reason to cripple their martial arts. The two of them couldn't agree. Furthermore, Jingyi Shitai had appointed Ming Qing to be in charge of martial arts and killing. These captives should be managed by Ming Qing. Zhong Xiaohu could only angrily stay in the meeting hall. He allowed Ming Qing and Jiao Kunheng to laugh as they went out to deal with the Righteous Alliance captive. Sigh, I knew it. It's not easy to be the leader of the Misty School. Beside him, Chen Chen said softly, Senior, if you're not happy with it, let Martial Uncle Wen take over. What are you talking about? Chang Ji scolded from the side, Little Tiger is inexperienced. Ming Qing and Jiao Kunheng can only be Little Tiger's whetstone. In 1 year or 3 years, Little Tiger will definitely stand out and take control of the Misty School. Seeing Chang Ji so confident, Zhong Xiaohu shook his head slightly. Chang Ji, the Misty School is now the puppet of the Fragrant Cult. I'm the puppet of the puppets. Even if I want to fight with the Fragrant Cult, I don't have the capital. Capital? Chang Ji rolled his eyes and smiled. Martial Uncle Li, Martial Uncle Liu, and Martial Uncle Wen aren't your capital. Ren Jingyi is a sly old fox. She definitely didn't expect you to have these trump cards, right? Moreover, didn't Martial Uncle who also bring some Misty School members outside? When they get the news and return to the Misty School, won't our power be even stronger? Won't you have more trump cards? But, the problem is, how do Martial Uncle Li and the others compare to Martial Uncle Jingyi and the others? Zhong Xiaohu smiled bitterly, you saw it today. We had the upper hand at first, but when the 5 from the Righteous Alliance appeared, we immediately fell into a disadvantageous position. If not for the help of the Immortals, the outcome would have been completely different. -4. Chapter 1077. Of course, I know that. Chang'e blinked and smiled. But, don't you still have the most powerful trump card? Xiaohua. The corners of Zhong Xiaohu's mouth curled into a smile. Although he's powerful, and given enough time, he might be able to defeat Abbess Jingyi, but he's still young. He's only been practicing martial arts for 5 years. If we only rely on him, I'm afraid it won't work. Xiaohu, did you really not realize? Chang'e couldn't help asking. Realize? Zhong Xiaohu looked up at the sky outside the meeting hall and said in a low voice, I'm just guessing. I don't dare to associate Xiaohua with that immortal. Chen Chen also said in a low voice, yes, senior sister. Although that immortal can fly and so can Zhong Xiaohua, but the two of them don't look like each other and there's a huge difference in their height. I've heard of the art of disguise in the martial arts world, but I've never heard of it being able to change a person's height. But, he's an immortal after all. Does he have any supernatural powers that we don't know about? Chang'e asked tentatively. If Xiaohua has such supernatural powers, there's no reason why Nun Jingyi can't. Zhong Xiaohu shook his head. I've never heard of Nun Jingyi being able to change her appearance. Senior brother, senior sister, don't make wild guesses. When you see Zhong Xiaohua, why don't you just ask her directly? Chen Chen smiled. By the way, senior brother, I heard that your home is not far from Pingyang City. Is Zhong Xiaohua at home now? Let's go and see. With that, her face was slightly flush. How could Zhong Xiaohu not know Chen Chen's thoughts? He smiled bitterly. I haven't been back for many years. I really want to see my father and mother, but look at the Misty School now. There are so many things waiting to be done. As the leader, how can I leave? Moreover, Grandmaster Li, Grandmaster Liu, Miss Ou, my master, and Uncle Shui are coming back. How can I leave? Speaking of this, he asked again, Chang'e, when will Master and the others arrive? Chang'e thought for a moment and said, soon, probably in 7 or 8 days. Chen Chen, on the other hand, was dejected. Just as he was about to speak, he heard a burst of noise outside. An extremely pleasant voice shouted, Faction Leader Zhong, you must seek justice for the disciples of my Mingzue clan. Zhong Xiaohu frowned and looked up. He saw Auntie Qin charging in angrily, followed by Du Feng and Ding Chao. Behind her were Ming Qing and Jiao Kunheng, whose expressions were strange. They exchanged glances as they walked in. "Hall Master Qin, why are you so angry?" Zhong Xiaohu looked at Aunt Qin sitting on the chair and asked curiously. "Vice Gang Leader Ming and Vice Gang Leader Jiao just went out. You can ask them," Hall Master Qin said bluntly. Zhong Xiaohu looked at the angry Aunt Qin and frowned slightly. He could only turn his head to look at Ming Qing and Jiao Kunheng. "Deputy Sect Masters, why are you doing this?" Ming Qing and Jiao Kunheng looked at each other and said in unison, since Hall Master Qin complained, it's better for her to say it. Instantly, Zhong Xiaohu's face was as cold as frost. He said in a low voice, "Could it be that no one has told me what happened?" Aunt Qin was a little regretful. Zhong Xiaohu was a disciple of the Misty School after all. She had made things difficult for him by throwing a tantrum. However, at this point, she could only give Du Feng a look. Du Feng ignored her and stood up. He cupped his hands and said, reporting to faction leader Zhong, "It's like this." Then, Du Feng recounted everything that had happened in detail. It turned out that after capturing the disciples of the Righteous Alliance, some of the disciples of the Fragrance cult had sealed their acupoints one by one and escorted them to dungeons or rooms. Most of the disciples of the Fragrance cult had eaten their fill and rested. However, Misty Mountain Villa was the base of the Misty School. Although there were many disciples of the Fragrance cult, they weren't familiar with Misty Mountain Villa. On the way to attack, they had only paid attention to their whereabouts and talked about the key points of the attack. As for where they could rest and where they couldn't, they didn't mention it clearly. After a life-and-death battle, the disciples of the Fragrance cult had finally escaped and survived. Some of the disciples couldn't help but sigh. When they were eating and drinking, they drank a little too much. Wine is a matchmaker, wine strengthens one's courage, these old sayings were true. When the disciples of the Fragrance cult drank too much, it was inevitable that they would become restless. Therefore, these disciples couldn't help but be a little rude to the female disciples of the Misty School's Mingxue Hall. This was a small matter. When Aunt Qin heard the disciples' report, she could only suppress her anger in her heart. She only ordered her disciples to hide far away and rest early. However, when night fell, one of the Fragrance cult disciples drank too much and couldn't find his way back. He wandered around and happened to meet a female disciple of the Mingxue Hall. The Fragrance cult disciple had eaten a leopard's guts. In an instant, he had evil thoughts and reached out to seal the female disciple's acupoints. The female disciple was caught off guard. Secondly, her martial arts weren't good enough to begin with. She was restrained in an instant and didn't even have the chance to scream. Fortunately, when the female disciple was turned into a little white sheep and was about to be ravaged, she bumped into a Misty School disciple. That disciple immediately shouted and went forward to stop him. The Fragrance cult disciple flew into a rage out of humiliation and wanted to kill the Misty School disciple. However, when he severely injured the Misty School disciple, the Misty School disciples who heard the cries from afar had already arrived. The Fragrance cult disciple wanted to resist stubbornly, but there were too many of them and he was about to be captured. However, at this moment, not only did the Misty School disciples hear the cries, the Fragrance cult disciples also arrived. When they saw the situation, they didn't say anything and first rescued the Fragrance cult disciple and even injured a few of the Misty School disciples. When Aunt Qin heard this, she was naturally furious. She immediately went out to look for them. However, she couldn't find them. Coincidentally, she bumped into Ming Qing and Jiao Kunheng and asked them for them. The two of them didn't know the reason and when they asked someone else, they could only refuse. In a fit of anger, Aunt Qin dragged the two of them to the discussion hall. After hearing Du Feng's words, Zhong Xiaohu's eyes were spitting fire. He thought about what Chen Jian had done to him in the past. Wasn't he also plotting against Chang'e? The female disciples of Mingxue Hall were his senior and junior sisters. They were no different from Chang'e and Chen Chen. What was the difference between them being humiliated by the disciples of the Fragrant cult and him being humiliated? It was no wonder that Aunt Qin was angry. Even Chang'e and Chen Chen, who were next to him, looked angry. Deputy faction leader Ming, is what Du Feng said true? Zhong Xiaohu asked coldly. Ming Qing was a little embarrassed, but he still nodded and said, "Yes, faction leader Zhong, it is true." "Then, where is that disciple? What's his name? Has he been captured?" This. Reporting to faction leader Zhong, that disciple's name is Wang Dong. Because he is drunk, he has fallen asleep. I have already sent someone to watch over him. Bang! Zhong Xiaohu slapped the armrest of the chair and said angrily, "Wang Dong committed such a crime and can still sleep peacefully. How can this be? Deputy faction leader Ming, why aren't you arresting him?" Ming Qing frowned and said, "Faction leader Zhong, please calm down. Wang Dong did commit a crime, but he was drunk and did not commit any serious crimes. Moreover, Wang Dong is a meritorious person of the Misty School. He has just captured the disciples of the Righteous Alliance. If we punish him now, I'm afraid, won't it hurt the hearts of the disciples of the fragrant cult?" Zhong Xiaohu heard and said coldly, "Then what does Deputy Faction Leader Ming mean?" Ming Qing thought for a moment and said, "I've only just heard the whole story. This is just my first thought. If there's anything wrong, please advise me, Sect Leader Zhong. Tell me." Zhong Xiaohu was expressionless. "Yes. Reporting to Faction Leader Zhong, I think Wang Dong has committed a crime. Although he was drunk, considering that he is a meritorious person of the Misty School, can we atone for his crime? Can we first give him a few dozen strokes to offset his punishment?" Zhong Xiaohu bit his lip and did not express his opinion. He continued to ask, "Anything else? Also, I think that although Wang Dong did not ruin the reputation of the female disciple, her reputation is still worrisome. In the future, the female disciple will not be able to meet anyone. Why don't we turn a bad thing into a good thing and persuade the female disciple to marry Wang Dong? What do you think, faction leader Zhong Xiaohu?" Ming Qing's eyes flashed as he looked at Zhong Xiaohu. "That's a one-sided idea." Zhong Xiaohu was so angry that he laughed and said, "I'd like to ask Deputy Faction Leader Ming what the first rule of the fragrant cult is. Those who betray their hearts will be killed." Ming Qing said without hesitation, "However, this is not the fragrant cult. Moreover, Wang Dong did not betray the female disciple. Faction Leader Zhong, don't be mistaken." "Hehe, of course I'm not mistaken." However, the fourth rule of the Misty School also states that those who take liberties with female disciples will be killed. I wonder if Deputy Faction Leader Ming knows? Zhong Xiaohu said coldly. Ming Qing rolled his eyes and said with a smile, "I'm slow-witted. I just entered ethereal heights today. Is there such a rule? I really don't know. Then I'll tell you now. Do you know?" "Of course I know," Ming Qing said innocently. Ming Qing said innocently, "But I only just found out. I reckon Wang Dong himself still doesn't know." Deputy Faction Leader Ming, do you mean that those who don't know can't be blamed? Zhong Xiaohu asked. "That's not what I meant. Faction Leader Zhong, don't make wild guesses. I just think that although Wang Dong made a mistake, it didn't cause any consequences. Moreover, he really doesn't know this rule. Please think carefully. Don't disappoint our brothers and say that Faction Leader Zhong is using a chicken feather as a token of authority." "You!" Zhong Xiaohu was furious and stood up. Jiao Kunheng saw this and immediately stood up. He cupped his hands and said, "Faction Leader Zhong, please calm down. Please listen to my opinion. What do you think?" Zhong Xiaohu took a deep breath and nodded. "Go ahead." "I think that we focused on attacking ethereal heights today and ignored the announcement of the faction's rules. This caused some of the new Misty School disciples to be at a loss and think that there are no rules to restrict them. I reckon Wang Dong is like that. Therefore, we can't put all the blame on Wang Dong. As faction leaders, you, I and Deputy Faction Leader Ming also have some responsibility. Therefore, I think that from now on, we should restore the Misty School's commandment hall and explain the faction's rules and commandments to the Misty School disciples, especially the new one. As for the previous ones, I'm a little inclined to Deputy Faction Leader Ming's opinion. We haven't restored the faction's rules yet. Of course, we can't use the current faction's rules to restrict and punish the Misty School disciples who made mistakes in the past. Don't you think so? Faction Leader Zhong? Please cast a monthly vote, a recommendation vote, a collection, a tip. Thank you. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chijian.com to cast a recommendation vote or monthly vote. -4. Chapter 1078. Zhong Xiaohu nodded slightly and turned to Ding Chao. Ding Chao, you're an old member of Ethereal Sect. I'm sure you're familiar with Ethereal Sect's rules. Now that there are many things waiting to be done, it's time for you to contribute to our sect. I hereby appoint you as the Deputy Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall. You will be in charge of all law enforcement matters in the Misty School. Ding Chao was overjoyed. He bowed and said, I will do my best to revitalize the Misty School. When Zhong Xiaohu heard that, he waved his hand and said, You are still young and do not have the experience of being a Hall Master. Therefore, I will appoint you as the Vice Hall Master first. Pick out some of the outstanding martial arts from the Ethereal Sect disciples and those who are upright. When the time is right, I will naturally appoint you as the Hall Master. Ding Chao thanked him and said, My virtue is shallow. I am grateful to be valued by Grand Faction Leader Zhong. How could I dare to ask for more? Ming Qing and Jiao Kunheng looked at each other and felt a little regretful. On the way to the Ethereal Mountain Villa, Zhong Xiaohu had already vaguely mentioned to them that he wanted to establish the various halls of the Ethereal Sect. This was an important moment for the Ethereal Sect to rearrange. Of course, the two of them had some plans in their hearts. Therefore, they had been shirking their responsibilities and wanted to wait until they had taken down the Ethereal Mountain Villa before discussing it. Who knew that such a thing would happen? Now that Zhong Xiaohu had appointed Ding Chao as the Deputy Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall, it was a matter of course. Zhong Xiaohu glanced at the two of them and turned to Du Feng and said, Junior Du, when we were at Shushin Peak, you always worked hard without complaint. You did your best to deal with the various halls of the Misty School and earned a lot of benefits for the Misty School. Now that the Misty School is being rebuilt, the Deputy Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall is suitable for Junior Du. Would Junior Du be willing to share my burden? Without waiting for Du Feng to speak, Jiao Kunheng hurriedly said, Grand Faction Leader Zhong, you can't. The corner of Zhong Xiaohu's eyes twitched. He smiled and said, Deputy Gang Leader Feng, why not? Jiao Kunheng thought for a moment and glanced at Ming Qing. He cupped his hands and said, Sect Leader, the revival of our Misty School is all thanks to the disciples of Wuming Hall of Incense Cult. If Sect Leader Zhong only rewards the disciples of Misty School, it will inevitably cause dissatisfaction among the people. They will say that Sect Leader Zhong favors one over the other. I'm afraid it will be detrimental to the development of Misty School in the future. Anything else? Zhong Xiaohu asked calmly. Jiao Kunheng shook his head. Yes, Deputy Gang Leader Ming and Deputy Gang Leader Feng, today's conflict between the disciples of the two sects shows that the sect's rules and communication are lacking. I appointed Ding Chao to establish new rules, and appointed Du Feng to establish effective communication between the disciples of the two sects. This will reduce friction and eliminate prejudice. Don't you think it's very appropriate? Without waiting for the two to speak, Zhong Xiaohu continued, Moreover, Du Feng and Ding Chao are the ethereal twins of Misty School. If I only appointed Ding Chao and not Du Feng, wouldn't the disciples of Misty School say that I'm unfair? Ming Qing and Jiao Kunheng's noses were almost crooked from anger. Zhong Xiaohu repeatedly said that he was afraid that the disciples of Misty School would say that he was unfair, but Zhong Xiaohu did not mention a single word about the unfair that the two had just mentioned. Moreover, the Divine Mechanics Hall has the function of gathering information and transmitting information. If I don't establish the Divine Mechanics Hall in time, how will my Misty School establish contact with the other Misty School disciples? How will they return to Ethereal Mountain Villa? If I don't establish the Divine Mechanics Hall in time, how will I gather information about the alliance of righteous sects and guard against their invasion? But, my Wuming Hall disciples also have outstanding people who can take up the position of Deputy Hall Master of the Divine Mechanics Hall. Ming Qing could not help but argue. Yes, of course there are elites in Wuming Hall, but didn't Deputy Gang Leader Ming just say that? The disciples of Wuming Hall have just entered Misty School and are not familiar with the Misty School. If I rashly promote these disciples who are not familiar with the Misty School to the upper echelons of the Misty School, not only will it be irresponsible to my Misty School, but it will also be irresponsible to those elite disciple. This. Ming Qing was at a loss for words. All right, this matter is settled. If Wuming Hall, oh, no, Misty School's new disciples are extremely outstanding, you can recommend them at any time. Of course, I will make an exception for them. Thank you, gang leader Zhong. Du Feng was also happy. He bowed and said, I will definitely work hard for Misty School until my death. Haha, Misty School's twin beauties, each of you has your own achievements. This is all due to your own efforts. You don't have to thank me. Zhong Xiaohua waved her hand. Ming Qing and Jiao Kunheng's expressions were uncertain, but they endured it. After all, the two halls only had deputy hall masters. The hall masters had not been decided yet, so it was hard to say who would be in charge. All right. Now that all the miscellaneous matters have been dealt with, let's talk about Wang Dong. Wang Dong? Ming Qing was stunned and almost blurted out. He thought that what Zhong Xiaohu said just now was to let Wang Dong go, but who knew, the matter was not over yet. What else do you have to say about Wang Dong? I will listen to gang leader's teachings. Ming Qing said coldly. Deputy Hall Master Ming said it well. If I punish Wang Dong, I will hurt the hearts of the Wuming Hall disciples. But have you thought about it? If I don't punish Wang Dong, how can I face the Misty School disciples? Won't I hurt the hearts of the Misty School disciples even more? Do you think I can still sit in the position of Misty Sect's sect master? Zhong Xiaohu's words were heavier and louder than the previous. By the time he was done, apart from Jiao Kunheng and Ming Qing, all the other ethereal sect disciples were so excited that they almost clapped and cheered. Ming Qing glanced at Zhong Xiaohu and then at Jiao Kunheng. He clenched his teeth and shook his head. Wang Dong was a Wuming Hall disciple previously. Our leader gave him to me. I don't dare to let others judge him. Ha ha ha, Zhong Xiaohu laughed. Is Wang Dong a Wuming Hall disciple or a Misty School disciple now? Of course he is a Misty School disciple. Ming Qing hesitated but still nodded. Then, I am the Misty School's gang leader. Do I have the authority to punish Wang Dong, a Misty School disciple? Zhong Xiaohu asked immediately. Of course you can, but... Ming Qing wanted to continue but was interrupted by Zhong Xiaohu. There are no buts. Even if Wang Dong was wronged, I can still punish him. Ming Qing's eyes narrowed. He thought for a while and said coldly, of course gang leader Zhong can punish him, but, if gang leader Zhong doesn't punish him properly, I have the authority to stop the law enforcement hall. Let's see who dares to be arrogant in front of me. Zhong Xiaohu frowned as well. After deciphering Ming Qing's meaning, he retorted, Hey, Vice Sect Master Ming, are you implying that if the disciples of the Hall of Justice execute my orders, you're going to bring out your status as Ethereal Sect's Vice Sect Master to stop them? I'm only saying, if the punishment is unfair. Ming Qing didn't back down. Deputy Gang Leader Ming is the Misty School's Deputy Gang Leader. Of course you can bully others and make the law enforcement hall not dare to do anything. But, what if I do it myself? Zhong Xiaohu's eyes narrowed as well. He stared at Ming Qing. Ming Qing was secretly happy. He glanced at Jiao Kunheng and said with a smile, since gang leader Zhong said that I'm bullying others by stopping the law enforcement hall, the law enforcement hall won't dare to overstep their boundaries. If gang leader Zhong does it yourself, that's even more bullying. Of course, I won't dare to overstep my boundaries, but does gang leader Zhong really want to do it himself? Jiao Kunheng said worriedly, Wang Dong is a disciple of the Wuming Hall and his martial arts are very good. If gang leader Zhong brings people there, it's inevitable that the original Wuming Hall will have a common enemy. It's not good for the harmony between the two factions. But, if gang leader Zhong goes there alone, if Wang Dong is driven to desperation and hurts gang leader Zhong, we will be letting down Sir Leader Zhong's trust. Ha ha ha. Zhong Xiaohu looked up and laughed. A real man has things to do and things not to do. Since I'm the Misty School's deputy gang leader, there are some things that I have to do. If I can't even get revenge for the humiliation of Ming-Sue Hall's junior sister and have to give her away, I might as well die in front of the Misty School's disciples and give them a proper ime. And, isn't this what some people want? As soon as he said this, everyone in the hall was shocked. Chang'e and Chen Chen's faces were full of panic. But this was the meeting hall. There was no place for them to speak. They could only watch anxiously, their hearts aching silently. Aunt Qin, Du Feng, and Ding Chao were all shocked. They immediately wanted to say, "Deputy Gang Leader, please reconsider." But just as they reached their mouths, they swallowed their words. At this moment, Zhong Xiaohu's aura was at its peak. Their words would be a blow to the Misty School's aura. Good Ming Qing was very agreeable when he heard this. Even Jiao Kunheng, who was beside him, smiled. Ming Qing clapped his hands and said, "I didn't expect Deputy Gang Leader Zhong to be such a hot-blooded man. I really admire you. If Deputy Gang Leader Zhong makes a move, I definitely won't dare to stop you. Moreover, I'll definitely restrain the disciples of Wuming Hall to protect Deputy Gang Leader Zhong's dignity. It's just that Wang Dong is drunk. If we let Deputy Gang Leader Zhong go now, first, we won't be able to show Deputy Gang Leader Zhong's bravery. Second, we won't be able to give Wang Dong a fair chance. This is quite difficult." Even now, Jiao Kunheng didn't forget to add insult to injury. "No matter." Zhong Xiaohu waved his hand. 7 days later, I'll personally punish Wang Dong. 7 days. Ming Qing and Jiao Kunheng were stunned. Then, they nodded. "We'll follow Deputy Gang Leader's orders. I'm sure Wang Dong will have sobered up in 7 days. Ignoring their sarcasm, Zhong Xiaohu waved his hand and said, "You can leave first. I still have things to discuss with the 2 newly appointed Deputy Hall Masters." Yes. Ming Qing and Jiao Kunheng were very pleased with themselves. They bowed and were about to leave when Zhong Xiaohu said, "Oh, also, I'll be in seclusion to cultivate in these 7 days. I'll need the 2 deputy gang leaders to take care of the matters in the gang. Don't let this hard-won victory go down the drain." Ming Qing and Jiao Kunheng didn't understand what Zhong Xiaohu meant, but they still nodded. -4. Chapter 1079. After Ming Qing and Jiao Kunheng had walked far away, the anxious Chang'e and Chen Chen were at a loss for words. Their brows were furrowed and their eyes were filled with worry. Madame Qin looked at Zhong Xiaohu for a while and sighed. "Master Zhong, actually, it doesn't have to be like this. Why do you have to sacrifice your life?" Madame Qin's attitude towards Zhong Xiaohu was obvious. If it weren't for Chang'e, she wouldn't have cared about Zhong Xiaohu at all. As for Zhong Xiaohu becoming the master of Misty School, she felt even more uncomfortable. Madame Qin knew that she could at most be a deputy master of Misty School, but Li Jian and the others' martial arts had been destroyed. Wen Wenhai and the others' martial arts had also been destroyed. She was still the deputy master of Misty School. When Misty School was re-established, she was still the master of Ming-Sue Hall and didn't advance any further. On the other hand, Zhong Xiaohu was just a villager. He was only accepted as a disciple by Wen Wenhai and became the chief disciple of Misty School by chance. Now he could become her master. She couldn't help but feel uncomfortable with such a change in status. Therefore, from Shushan Peak to Misty Heights, Madame Qin and Zhong Xiaohu spoke no more than 10 sentences. She also intended to tell Zhong Xiaohu about today's matter and see how Zhong Xiaohu would deal with it. Madame Qin expected that Zhong Xiaohu would either settle things peacefully and have a good discussion with Ming Qing so that Ming Qing would compromise, or he would use Nanjingyi to pressure Ming Qing with his status as the master of Misty School and force Ming Qing to compromise. But no matter what, even if the final outcome was not as severe as Jiao Kunheng's, Wang Dong would definitely not be severely punished. The only one who was hurt was the female disciple from Ming-Sue Hall, as well as a few innocent Misty School disciples who were hurt. This was because in Aunt Qin's heart, the Misty School's disciples were the weaker party. While the Fragrance Cult's disciples were the strongest, Zhong Xiaohu had to rely on the Fragrance Cult's disciples to maintain his position as the leader of the Misty School and abandon the Misty School's disciples. Wasn't this Wasn't this Nun Jingyi's wishful thinking? However, the current situation was definitely out of Aunt Qin's expectations. Even Du Feng and Ding Chao had a whole new level of respect for Zhong Xiaohu. The two of them knew that if they were the ones handling it, it would definitely not be like this. Therefore, Aunt Qin was completely convinced when she addressed him as Leader Zhong. She even changed the way she addressed him to you. Zhong Xiaohu looked at Aunt Qin, then at Du Feng and Ding Chao. He waved his hand and laughed heartily. I am indebted to my fellow junior brothers and martial uncles for thinking so highly of me and making me the chief disciple of the Misty School. How could I not work hard for the Misty School? Actually, in my heart, being the chief disciple of the Misty School is more important than being the leader of the Misty School that Nun Jingyi of the incense cult gave me. There is a saying in my hometown, if an official doesn't make decisions for the people, it's better to go home and sell sweet potatoes. It's perfectly said. If I can't be the chief disciple and make decisions for the Misty School's disciples, how could I still have the face to sit on the chair of the Misty School's gang leader? Aunt Qin, Du Feng, and Ding Chao's faces turned cold. They all stood up and bowed. Leader Zhong is righteous and righteous. We understand. In the future, we will follow Leader Zhong's lead and revitalize the Misty School. Zhong Xiaohu nodded. He stood up and also saluted. Revitalizing the Misty School is not a matter of time. In the future, I will need everyone's cooperation. Only then will we be able to restore the glory of our Misty School as a great immortal sect. Then, he said, I will be leaving Misty Mountain Villa in a while. If anything happens in the sect, I will need the three of you to take care of it. Ming Qing and Jiao Kunheng, of course, they will also take care of the sect's affairs. However, there are many things in our Misty School that we have to take care of ourselves. However, I estimate that after what happened just now, there won't be any changes in the next 7 days. As for the Alliance of Righteous Tao, they won't have much of a reaction in the short term either. Leader Zhong, this is... Aunt Qin tried to probe. Nothing else. Zhong Xiaohu didn't want to say more. If they ask, just say that I went into seclusion. Yes. Aunt Qin said respectfully. Then, Aunt Qin, Du Feng, and Ding Chao all turned around and left the meeting hall. After everyone left, Chang Ji said faintly, Xiaohu, even if we can't sit on the position of the Misty School's leader, we can just not sit on it. Why should we put our lives on the line? Although your martial arts improve by leaps and bounds, compared to the disciples of Wuming Hall, there is still a big gap. If, at this time next year, I won't dissuade you. But now, why do you have to do this? Chen Chen didn't speak, but her big eyes showed her mood. She looked at Zhong Xiaohu without blinking, with both longing and love. Sigh, Chang Ji, I know what you mean. However, do you think that if tonight's matter wasn't like this, what better way do I have? Suppress Ming Qing and capture Wang Dong? Or did he forcefully suppress Auntie Qin and make this matter disappear? Chang Ji shook her head slightly. Both were impossible. Maybe let Du Feng and Ding Chao do it for you. Chen Chen bit her lips and said hesitantly, Haha, forget it. Let's not talk about it. Since things have come to this and I have made a decision, let's leave it to fate. Zhong Xiaohu waved his hand and said with a smile, Now, the two of you, are you willing to go back to the Guozhuang house with me? Ah! Although Zhong Xiaohu's voice was very light, in the ears of Chang Ji and Chen Chen, it was like thunder in the clear sky. Chang Ji and Chen Chen immediately blushed. Chen Chen was even more surprised. She peeped at Chang Ji and murmured, It's right for senior brother to go back with senior sister Chang Ji. Why should I go? Chang Ji was first embarrassed, and then she realized. The red tide on her face disappeared and she even turned pale. She had always wanted to hear Zhong Xiaohu say this. Even when she asked Zhong Xiaohu tentatively just now, Zhong Xiaohu said that he was busy with the gang and it was inappropriate for him to go back now. But in a moment, Zhong Xiaohu changed his mind and said that he would take them back to the Guozhuang house. Well, it was them, not only her, but also Chang Ji. What did it mean? Chang Ji clenched her fists, bit her lips, and said with a sad smile, Of course, as long as Mr. Zhong wants, I will never refuse. Senior sister? Chen Chen heard the farewell in Chang Ji's words and was stunned. She looked up and saw Chang Ji's sad eyes. Her heart tightened. Chang Ji glanced at Zhong Xiaohu and then at Chen Chen. She reached out and held Chen Chen's little hand. She pursed her lips and said, "Little Chen Chen, now, you have grown up. I know your feelings for Xiaohu, but who is willing to share their lover with others? Although you grew up with me, but I also feel a little uncomfortable." Then she looked at Zhong Xiaohu and said, "Xiaohu has me in his heart and seems to have feelings for you. To be honest, I didn't want to agree so easily. It's just that, since my dear Zhong is willing to sacrifice his life for the sake of the ethereal sect, how can I reject this little thought of his?" Senior sister. Chen Chen's face was hot, but she was stunned when she heard the last part. "Let's go, Chen Chen. It's the same as when Mr. Zhong and I went to the Guozhuang house. Maybe we won't have a good ending, but we can see Mr. Zhong's parents. Don't blame us for knowing Mr. Zhong." Chen Chen finally understood. It turned out that this trip to the Guozhuang house was a farewell. Her heart ached and tears almost fell from her eyes. She murmured, "Is there no other way?" "No." Zhong Xiaohu forced a smile and said, "In 7 days, Grandmaster Li and the others will be back. Master will also be there. How can there not be a good way? We're just going back to the Guozhuang house. I haven't been back for several years and I always see my mother in my dreams. I'm anxious to go back and see her." Chang Ji knew that this matter could not be settled peacefully, so she comforted Chen Chen, "If Mr. Zhong says it's okay, then it's okay. If little Chen Chen doesn't want to go to the Guozhuang house, Mr. Zhong and I won't force you." Senior sister Chen Chen said strangely, When did I say that I won't go with senior brother?" As she spoke, her face turned red again. At night, 3 black shadows used lightness skill to jump out of the Misty Mountain Villa. Because it was the first day of taking over the Misty Mountain Villa, the disciples of the Misty School did not set up a very strict defense, so no one knew. 2 days later, in the Guozhuang house, Zhong Xiaohua was playing with Zhong Bairen at the entrance of the village. Beside them were Ji Xiaohua, Xiaohe, and Xiaohuang. Suddenly, Zhong Xiaohua raised her head and looked in the direction of Lu Town. She smiled and said, "They came so fast. I thought it would take at least half a month." Then she said to Ji Xiaohua, "Apprentice, go, with you. Forget it. Tell my mother to quickly prepare pancakes and shrimp rolls." Ji Xiaohua was stunned, but she did not dare to ask more. She just nodded and said, "Yes, master." Then, she turned around and entered the village. Seeing Ji Xiaohua go back obediently, Zhong Xiaohua laughed and said, "Ha ha ha, it feels good to be a master." "Master, master, master." Zhong Bairen next to her heard and also raised his head and shouted. "Yes, yes, yes." Zhong Xiaohua responded several times and said angrily, "You call me every day. How can I not answer? I am the first disciple of Bida School." "Xiaohua, Xiaohua." A series of voices came from the entrance of the village. "What's the matter, mother? Mother." Zhong Xiaohua raised her head and answered with a smile. Do you want to eat pancakes and shrimp rolls, or?" Guo Sufei said with uncertainty. "Ahem, mother, you. When did you know that I like to eat pancakes and shrimp rolls?" Zhong Xiaohua rubbed her nose and said, "That is second brother's strong suit. Your second brother is back." Guo Sufei confirmed her guess and said with surprise, "Where is he?" "Soon, he will probably be back around noon." Noon. Guo Sufei looked at the sky and could not believe it. "Apprentice, quickly go to the river and catch some shrimp. When your martial uncle comes back, have a drink with him. Oh, right, catch 2 loaches too. Your martial uncle also brought 2 mistresses. Loaches are very good at nourishing yin and strengthening yang energy." "Yes, master." Ji Xiaohua answered honestly and walked towards the river at the entrance of the village in a serious manner. "What? There are 2 more girls?" Guo Sufei could not hold back and did not care about what Zhong Xiaohua said. She muttered and quickly turned around. Please vote, please vote." -4. Chapter 1080. Seeing the outline of the Guozhuang house in the distance, Zhong Xiaohu's eyes were a little hot. When he left the Guozhuang house several years ago, he was full of regret. He hated that he couldn't protect his younger brother and let his parents worry about him. At that time, he just wanted to get the news of his younger brother as soon as possible and didn't think too much. However, in the blink of an eye, several years had passed. There was news of his younger brother and he was probably at home now. As for himself, although he had a certain position, but this position was mostly a puppet. Moreover, he returned home at such a helpless time. Mr. Zhong? Is that the Guozhuang house in front? Since leaving the ethereal heights, Chang'e no longer called Zhong Xiaohu junior brother. She didn't even call him Xiaohu. She only called him Mr. Zhong. How could Zhong Xiaohu not know the determination behind Chang'e's name? He felt sweet and painful in his heart. Well, yes, that's the Guozhuang house, the place where I was born and raised. Zhong Xiaohu murmured. It looks very ordinary, senior brother. Chen was embarrassed to call him Mr. Zhong, so she had to call him senior brother. However, Chang'e also knew her thoughts. It was no different from Chang'e's own decision. The mountain is famous not because of its height but because of its immortal. The water is famous not because of its depth but because of its dragon. Chang'e said with a smile, this Guozhuang house will be famous in the world in the future. Zhong Xiaohu looked at the two women with a smile and said, if so, you will also be regarded as immortals. Chang'e's face was a little pale, but she also smiled. Only Chen was puzzled. She looked up at the Guozhuang house in the distance. Zhong Xiaohu thought he would bring a surprise to his family in the Guozhuang house. However, before he went down the official road, he saw his father, mother, elder brother and sister-in-law, and his mysterious younger brother holding a child he had never seen before. They came out of the village entrance of the Guozhuang house. Zhong Xiaohu was shocked and looked back at Chang'e and Chen. They got off their horses and ran to the front of the crowd with their lightness skills. Looking at his mother who was dressed up and his father who was dressed in new clothes, Zhong Xiaohu blurted out, Mother, which family are you going to have a wedding banquet? Haha. Zhong Xiaohu laughed first. He stepped forward, hugged Zhong Xiaohu and said, Haha, you are really back. Mother mentioned it just now, I thought it was a joke. Zhong Xiaohu also hugged his elder brother who was thinner and weaker than him. He was more surprised than the reunion. He asked curiously, You are here to pick up us? Yes. Zhong Xiaolong let go of Zhong Xiaohu and pulled his new clothes. He said, I heard that you brought two sisters-in-law back. Your sister-in-law insisted that I wear new clothes. She said it was the first time they came here. Liu Qian next to him coughed twice. Zhong Xiaolong quickly stopped talking. Mother, father, I am back. Zhong Xiaohu looked at Guosufei and Zhong Cai and said. His eyes were hot and he quickly bowed to them to hide the tears in his eyes. Son Guosufei had already received the news that Zhong Xiaohu was coming back. She thought she was prepared and would not cry. However, when she saw her son who she had not seen for years and thought had died, she still could not control herself. She held Zhong Xiaohu's hand and burst into tears. Son's mother Zhong Cai next to them carried Guosufei on his shoulder and pointed his chin at the two women behind Zhong Xiaohu who were blushing. Guosufei suddenly understood and quickly wiped the tears in her eyes and face with her sleeves. She put on a smile and said, Xiaohu, these two. Before Zhong Xiaohu introduced them, Chang'e came forward and bowed to them. She said, Mother, ah? Zhong Xiaohu stared in shock. He knew that Chang Ji had already made up her mind, but he still felt a bit of a fluke in his heart. He wanted to use the next few days to console her, but now that she was calling her mother, how could Chang Ji possibly have a way out? He was deeply moved. Hearing Chang'e call her mother, Chen blushed and said in a voice as low as an ant's, Mother. Guosufei was stunned at first, and then she was overjoyed. She looked at the two women's abdomens. Mother. Zhong Xiaohu was very perceptive. He called out, You are, in fact, not only Guosufei, but also Liu Qian had the same idea. In the countryside, the most important thing was the etiquette. If there were no etiquette, how could she directly call her mother? Chang'e and Chen were people in Jianghu, so they probably did not know these things. Seeing Guo Sufei like this, they were quite panicked and afraid that they would forget some etiquette. They looked at their sweetheart and secretly asked for help. What could Zhong Xiaohu say? However, Zhong Xiaohua next to him snickered and said, "Mother, the disciples of the Misty School have been in ethereal heights since childhood and don't know the rules of our countryside. If you propose marriage, I'm afraid you have to ask Aunt Qin, the master of Mingsue Hall in ethereal height." Then he said to the two women, "If you want to call her mother, I'm afraid you have to wait until we get married." "Do you want to call her mother now? Isn't it too early?" Chang'e and Chen Chen blushed even more. Chang'e looked at them and went forward to salute Zhong Cai, saying, "Father." Chen Chen's face was so red that it was about to drip water, but she still called him. Zhong Cai was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth. He raised his hands and said, "Get up, get up." Then he took something out of his sleeve. However, after a long time, he took nothing out. He didn't expect that the two daughters-in-law called him at the first meeting. How could they prepare a gift? Zhong Xiaohua was still the quick-witted one. She stretched out her hand and stuffed the copy of Like Water into her father's hands. She smiled and said, "Father, this is our Zhong family's betrothal gift. You can't be stingy." Zhong Cai took the secret manual that Zhong Xiaohua handed over and hesitated. He thought to himself, "I already told you not to be stingy. Why are you still giving me that lousy book? Don't you have a lot of gold, silver, and jewels? Can't you take out a box?" But his hand had already reached there, so he had to give it to them and said embarrassedly, "You too." Well, at this moment, everyone realized that the two women hadn't introduced their names. Even Zhong Xiaohua only said that there were two female disciples and didn't mention their names. Zhong Xiaohua immediately said with a smile, "Father, the one in front of you is beautiful but virtuous. She looks serious. She is my eldest sister-in-law, Chang'e. The one behind her is very pretty and shy. She is my youngest sister-in-law, Chen Chen." Hearing this, the two women were even more shy. "Well, Chang'e, Chen Chen, it's your first time to visit our Zhong family. This is a small gift. Take it first." As he said, Zhong Cai put water like flowing water in front of Chang'e. Hearing Zhong Xiaohua say that it was a betrothal gift, Chang'e was even more embarrassed to take it. She turned around and looked at Zhong Xiaohu. Zhong Xiaohu smiled and nodded slightly. Chang'e reached out to take it, but she immediately handed it to Chen Chen. Chen Chen took it. Seeing the 3 words on the cover, she knew it was a secret book of martial arts. She casually turned to the first page and was about to put it away, but, when she saw the last few words, she couldn't help exclaiming. Of course, it was impolite to open a gift from an elder in front of others. But after all, Chen Chen was inexperienced and others didn't care about it. But her exclamation attracted everyone's attention. Chang'e frowned slightly and was about to scold her when Chen Chen stepped forward and whispered something in her ear. Hearing this, Chang'e's face changed greatly. She looked at Zhong Xiaohua with gratitude in her eyes, and then bowed to Zhong Cai and said, "Father, such a gift is really too precious." Chang'e is really grateful. But after saying this, she seemed to think of something and her eyes became a little sad again. At this time, not only Guo Sufei felt a little strange, but also Liu Qian was puzzled. It seemed that they were going to say goodbye to each other. It had to be said that a woman's sixth sense was very sensitive. Even Zhong Xiaohua, who was a cultivator of immortality, couldn't reach it. When Zhong Xiaohua was complacent, Zhong Cai waved his hand in astonishment and said, "No, Chang'e, it's too simple. It's too simple." Well, how could Zhong Cai know the meaning of like water for Chang'e and Chen Chen? Well, mother, father, hurry up and take the 2 sisters-in-law back to the house. Didn't you see that the villagers of Guozhuang House are coming out? Liu Qian said while thinking. Of course, the Zhong family came out in full force, which had already attracted the attention of others. Seeing Zhong Xiaohu come back in a neat suit with 2 valiant beauties, most of the people in Guozhuang House came out to watch the fun. "Go back to the house, let's talk about it in the house." Although Guo Sufei said so, she didn't move. She was eager to stay at the entrance of the village for a while. In the past few years, She was frightened and the villagers often gossiped about her. Now her 2 sons came back, and her second son brought 2 daughters-in-law. How could she not be proud? Of course, she wanted to make the villagers envy her. How could Zhong Cai not know Guosufei's mood? Since he married into the Guozhuang house, it seemed that this was the only time he was most proud. He raised his little tail for a long time before he smiled and said, "Mother, let's go. Let the 3 children pay their respects to their mother first. It's better to welcome them. From Pingyang City to here. It's tiring." Of course, looking at the tired faces of Zhong Xiaohu and the other 2, Guosufei immediately felt sorry for them. She took the 3 of them and walked into the Guozhuang house. Along the way, the Guozhuang house was lively. The people around all looked at Zhong Xiaohu with admiration, and the 2 young ladies greeted Zhong Xiaohu politely. Presumably, after today, more young men would come back to Lu Town or Pingyang City to make a fortune. When Zhong Xiaohu saw that the Zhong family's courtyard was completely different, his heart was filled with emotions. He had been busy outside, but he had never brought any benefits to the family. The changes in the family must be the work of his father, elder brother, or younger brother. However, when he thought about the future, Zhong Xiaohu felt sad again. Once he entered the courtyard of the Zhong family, Zhong Xiaohu smelled the familiar fragrance and couldn't help but feel hungry. He forced a smile and said, "Mother, I haven't eaten your pancakes and river prawns for a long time." Why did you suddenly make this today? Elder brother and Xiaohua don't seem to eat much. Haha, your younger brother said that you were coming back today, so I hurriedly made this. Luckily, I didn't delay things. Quickly wash your hands and go to the back to make a grave for your grandmother. You can eat it when you come back. Xiaohua. He's so capable. Zhong Xiaohu was surprised. He turned around and looked at Zhong Xiaohua, who was walking at the back and was still chatting with the villagers. Zhong Xiaohua sensed something and looked up at Zhong Xiaohu. She blinked at him and gave him 2 thumbs up, facing each other, as if she was kowtowing. "I'm going to faint." Zhong Xiaohu almost fell down. -4. Chapter 1081. Guosufei and Zhong Cai took Zhong Xiaohu, Chang'e, and Chen Chen to the back of the house to pay their respects to their grandmother. Liu Qian took Zhong Xiaolong and Ji Xiaohua to prepare food. Zhong Xiaohua didn't help. She held Zhong Bairen in her arms and taught them how to walk. In the past few days, the 2 little things had gradually understood Zhong Xiaohua's meaning. They stayed on the ground or on Zhong Xiaohua's shoulder. They only flew in the air when there was no one around. Everything was ready. Guosufei and Liu Qian had been busy the entire morning, so they only needed to place the items on the table. Now that they had some free time, Liu Qian pulled Zhong Xiaohua to the side and whispered to him about her discovery. Zhong Xiaohua shook her head like a rattledrum and only said that she didn't believe it. Moreover, he also mentioned Zhong Xiaohu's current position as the sect master of the Misty sect. He was one of the few people in Jianghu. Although he was only a puppet, he still had the sect master of the incense cult behind him. What kind of trouble could make Chang'e act like that? Liu Qian believed in her own judgment and said, "If you don't believe me, you can ask Xiaohu himself." Obviously, Chang'e called his mother and father unexpectedly. "Is that so?" Zhong Xiaohua still didn't believe it. "Sai, why don't you ask mother if she feels the same way as me? If she does, you have to ask her again. You and little Tiger are the only ones in our family who roam the pugilistic world. We can't help you." "Well, I know, sister-in-law." Zhong Xiaohua nodded. While they were talking, Zhong Xiaohu returned with Guosufei and others. Mr. Liu also rushed over. Zhong Xiaohu, Chang'e, and Chen Chen also came forward to greet him. Xiaohua Tilda, come out quickly and go to the mountain to get some spring water. Liu Qian shouted outside. Yes, Tilda, Xiaohua answered and was about to go out. Xiaohua, didn't he call you? Zhong Xiaohu was stunned and looked at Zhong Xiaohua in surprise. Hey. Zhong Xiaohua was very happy. She called out, "Disciple, come over and greet your 3 martial uncles." It was not until now that Zhong Xiaohua figured out that the term master's wife was not suitable for Chang'e and Chen Chen. It was really a mistake to address them as master's wife at the entrance of the village. Disciple? Seeing Zhong Xiaohua so complacent, Zhong Xiaohu, Chang'e, and Chen Chen were very surprised. They were even more surprised than when they heard Liu Qian ask Xiaohua to go out instead of Zhong Xiaohua. Greetings, martial uncles. Xiaohua Ji bowed politely. Oh, I remember. Zhong Xiaohu slapped his forehead and said, You are Ji Xiaohua. Xiaohua told me before. Martial uncle has a good memory. My name is Xiaohua Ji, and I am now master's disciple. Xiaohua Ji nodded. Well, there's no need for a greeting gift. Xiaohua, our Bida school doesn't lack these things. Go get the water. Zhong Xiaohua boldly instructed Ji Xiaohua. Compared to Zhong Xiaohu, the leader of the Misty School, instructing the Misty School's disciples, it looked more proper. After Ji Xiaohua left, Chen Chen said anxiously, Zhong Xiaohua, you're really going to establish a faction? I haven't established a faction yet. I just accepted a disciple. Zhong Xiaohua Ji said proudly. What's so great about having a disciple? Chen Chen pouted and looked at Zhong Xiaohu Ji. Senior has thousands of disciples. Second sister-in-law, I have to correct you. First, I have a direct disciple. Does second brother have one? Second, I don't just have one disciple, I have two. Chen Chen was embarrassed by Zhong Xiaohua Ji calling her second sister-in-law, but she was still curious. Besides Ji Xiaohua, who else is there? Also, this. Zhong Xiaohua Ji raised Zhong Bairen and said, This is the first disciple of our Bida school. Him. Bairen. Chang Ji and Chen Chen already knew Bairen's name, and they couldn't help but laugh. They all thought that Zhong Xiaohua Ji was joking. Zhong Xiaohua Ji knew that they didn't believe it, so she raised Zhong Bairen and said, Bairen, you see, your two new aunts don't believe it. Zhong Bairen immediately raised his hands and said, Master, Master, which made everyone laugh. During the meal, Chang Ji and Chen Chen showed the pride of children in Jianghu. They frequently raised their glasses to Zhong Cai and Mr. Liu, which was completely different from Liu Qian's quiet behavior. However, the two people's toasts showed the good manners of the Misty School. They were generous and courteous, which not only made Zhong Cai and Guo Sufei feel gratified, but also made Mr. Liu look at them in a new light. Although Zhong Xiaohu Ji was a good drinker, he didn't eat with his family for many years, so he was a little worried. Unexpectedly, he was a little drunk. When he spoke, it seemed that he was going to tell his family about the things after his death, which made Zhong Xiaohua Ji frown. Zhong Xiaohua Ji had to call her mother out and asked her in a low voice. Sure enough, Guo Sufei Ji had the same feeling as Liu Qian. No matter how generous the children in Jianghu were, they couldn't call their parents casually without a baby or betrothal gift. Well, Zhong Xiaohua Ji nodded secretly and comforted her mother. When they returned to the table, the cups and plates were in a mess. After Zhong Xiaolong, Liu Qian, and Ji Xiaohua Ji cleaned up the central room and made the Yunwu tea, the room became quiet. Zhong Xiaohu and the other two first praised the fragrance of the tea. After a few mouthfuls of the tea, the ethereal qi of heaven and earth washed the meridians of the three people. The drunkenness was gone, and Zhong Xiaohu Ji's eyes showed emptiness. Thinking of his gaffe just now, he was quite regretful, so he just lowered his head and didn't say anything. Chang'e and Chen Chen also did the same. Seeing that their sweetheart didn't speak, they also lowered their heads and drank the tea, becoming silent gourds. Zhong Xiaohua Ji glanced at Zhong Xiaolong, who coughed and said, Xiaohu, you came back just in time. A few days ago, Xiaohua came back and told us something. She wants to ask your opinion. What's the matter? Zhong Xiaohu Ji raised his head and asked. It's like this. Our Zhong family can't live in the Guozhuang house anymore. I heard from Xiaohua that your Misty School has a Huanxi villa, which is very good. My parents also agree. We are just waiting for you to come back. You see, Zhong Xiaohu Ji was stunned and panicked. He hurriedly said, why? Isn't it good to live in the Guozhuang house? Why do you suddenly want to move to the Huanxi villa? It's like this. Zhong Xiaolongji told him about the bandits in Shitsue Mountain, and then said with lingering fear, if Xiaohua hadn't come back that day, our family would have been burned to ashes. Even if you become a gang leader, you can't see us. Ah! Zhong Xiaohuji and others were shocked and turned to look at Zhong Xiaohuaji. Well, elder brother is right. If I didn't come back, I'm afraid you can't see your family now. Zhong Xiaohuaji nodded and said, moreover, you are now the big gang leader of the Misty School. Your details will definitely be found out by the Righteous Alliance and other sects. Although the Jianghu morals don't allow them to do anything to your family, they can't rule out some sneaky actions. Therefore, I think it's no longer appropriate for my parents to live in the Guozhuang house. It's better to move to the Huanxi villa. We'll talk about this later. Since you're back now, I think it's better to solve it as soon as possible in case something happens. But Zhong Xiaohuji was very embarrassed and said, now there are many disciples of the aroma cult in the ethereal heights, and they don't listen to my orders. The Huanxi villa is the property of Miss Ou. I'm afraid I can't make the decision. Zhong Xiaohuaji frowned and said, second brother, do you mean, you don't want us to go to Pingyang City? We can go to Pingyang City, but we don't have to go to the Huanxi villa, Zhong Xiaohuji said with a little guilty conscience. Second brother, are you hiding something from us? Zhong Xiaohua suddenly asked. No. It's nothing. Zhong Xiaohu shook his head in denial. Seeing her lover embarrassed, Chang'e changed the topic and asked, by the way, those bandits in Shitsue Mountain were killed by Xiaohua, right? What about Shitsue Mountain? Why don't we send a team of disciples to wipe out all the bandits in Shikui Mountain when we get back? Hihi, I don't need it. All the bandits in West Kui Mountain were killed by Xiaohua. Zhong Xiaolong laughed. All killed? Chen covered her mouth. Yes, those bandits of West Jade Mountain are subordinates of the Azure Flame Order, and the Azure Flame Order is a secret organization of the Righteous Tao Alliance. Zhong Xiaohua didn't hide anything. She told him everything that happened afterward and said, so, I killed Ban Fugue and the 4 consecrators that day. Ah! The 3 of them were even more surprised, as if they had seen a ghost. That immortal was really you. Of course, Zhong Xiaohua said proudly, do you think that someone would help for no reason? But Chen still didn't believe it and said, that immortal's face is much more handsome than yours, and he is also much shorter. Although he was in the air, but he could be seen clearly. Ha, disciple, I'll let you see how powerful your master is. Zhong Xiaohua's words were directed at Ji Xiaohua. Ji Xiaohua stood up from his chair and formed a hand seal. In just a moment, a handsome pan appeared in front of everyone. This. Not only was Ji Xiaohua dumbfounded, but everyone in the central room was stunned. Only Zhong Bairen still called, Master, Master. Immediately, Chang'e and Chen's faces lit up with joy. Yes, almost ecstasy. They both stepped forward and said, Xiaohua, can you become your second brother? Zhong Xiaohua was surprised. Why become my second brother? Could it be that you want to hold 2 weddings at the same time? Bah! Chang'e spat. Even if your second brother and I agree, can Nai Chenyu and Meng agree? Second brother tilde Zhong Xiaohua shouted and looked at Zhong Xiaohu. She said, how can we talk about it now? Nai Chenyu. Meng. Who is it? Guo Sufei was stunned and quickly looked at Zhong Cai with a smile on her face. Zhong Xiaohua was furious. He walked in front of Zhong Xiaohu and reached out his hand to grab Zhong Xiaohu. Then, the 2 of them quickly changed positions. Immediately, 2 Zhong Xiaohu who looked exactly the same appeared in front of everyone. Ah! Everyone was shocked again. They were even more shocked than when they saw Pan and just now. Which one of us is Zhong Xiaohu? One of the Zhong Xiaohu asked. Haha, Chang'e laughed. Do you still need to ask? It's definitely not you. -4. Chapter 1082. Ah! Don't we look the same? Zhong Xiaohua was surprised. No, it's exactly the same. Liu Qian smiled and said, But the clothes on Xiaohu must have been made by Sister Chang'e herself. How could she not recognize it? Zhong Xiaohua patted her head. Yes, she had changed her appearance, but her clothes hadn't. No matter how she disguised herself, she was still Zhong Xiaohua. After changing back to her original appearance, Zhong Xiaohua smiled and said, "Yes, my two sisters-in-law, you should be careful. When I find suitable clothes, you won't be able to tell me apart. Hehe, Xiaohua, although you have changed your appearance, your senior brother is still your senior brother. You don't have the tacit understanding between close people. How can you fool us?" Chen Chen blurted out. "Hehe, yes, close people." Zhong Xiaohua smiled and said. This made both Chang'e and Chen Chen blush, but if it's someone else, they won't be able to tell. Mr. Liu next to them was stunned. He stroked his beard and said, "If Xiaohua and Xiaohu's clothes weren't different, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to recognize them." That's good, that's good." Chen Chen smiled and clapped her hands. Seeing that they didn't understand, Chen Chen told them what had happened in the Misty School. Finally, she said, "Senior brother probably has a plan in his heart, so he came back to see his parents, and Sister Chang'e and I." In the end, she stole a glance at Zhong Xiaohu and said in a low voice, "Although I didn't ask for your opinion, if I can't avenge senior brother, I will also go with senior brother." Zhong Xiaohua was moved and nodded. She said, "Second sister-in-law, you also have the same idea?" At this point, Chang'e didn't hide it anymore and said with a smile, "We'll support you on the road to the netherworld. You won't be lonely." Zhong Xiaohu had already understood what they meant, but he still felt a little jealous and said, I'm really incompetent. I've made you worry." Zhong Xiaolong clapped. "Good. People often say, husband and wife are birds in the same forest, but when disaster comes, they fly separately. But Xiaohu and his two younger siblings are different. Although they are not husband and wife, they are more like husband and wife. Such love is stronger than gold. It is really admirable." The words "not husband and wife, but better than husband and wife" suddenly made the atmosphere in the central room more ambiguous. Liu Qian glared at him, looked at Chang'e and Chen Chen, who were a little embarrassed, and said, "Now, with our all-powerful brother, everything can be solved. It seems that Xiaohua's martial arts are very high. Let him turn into a little tiger like just now and slap that damn dog until he's looking for his teeth on the ground. Won't that be enough?" Chang'e and Chen Chen also smiled sweetly and said to Zhong Xiaohua, "Then, thank you." Zhong Xiaohua waved her hand and said with a smile, "We're all family." "Second sister-in-law, why are you being so polite?" Swish, Chang'e and Chen Chen's faces became hot again. "Xiaohua, I want to do it myself. If it doesn't work, it won't be too late for you to do it." Zhong Xiaohu hesitated and said, "As the gang leader of the Misty School, I can't rely on you to solve everything." Zhong Xiaohua stared at Zhong Xiaohu and said word by word, "Second brother, remember, if you can solve it, I'll definitely let you solve it. If you can't solve it, I'll help you solve it. You only need to be the gang leader of the Misty School, do what you like, and carry forward the legacy of Master Ou." Zhong Xiaohua's somewhat unreasonable words made Zhong Xiaohu a little embarrassed, but Mr. Liu clapped his hands and said, "Xiaohua's words are quite reasonable. Xiaohu, haven't you heard? A real man knows when to yield and when to stand tall, and a man who is too rigid is easy to break. If you always want to do things beyond your ability, I'm afraid it won't be good." "That's right, Xiaohua isn't an outsider. It's better for him to help you than for Nanjingyi to use you," Chang'e said on the side. Zhong Xiaohu smiled. "I just want to solve the problem with my own strength. I didn't say that I wouldn't let Xiaohua help, right? Look at you, why? Why are you all speaking for Xiaohua? Is it because he's the founder of Bida School?" Zhong Xiaohua curled her lips and said, "Let's not talk about it first. Second brother, when do you plan to go back? Tomorrow or 2 days later? The appointment with Ming Qing is 7 days." Zhong Xiaohu's matter was settled, and there was no more sorrow in his tone. "That bastard Ming Qing, when I broke into Lingxiang Peak, he used some kind of trap to deceive me. Jiao Kunheng also set his sights on the position of the gang leader of the Misty School. Big brother, you don't have to worry about them. These I'll find a way to solve them for you. Don't take too many risks. Zhong Xiaohu said hurriedly, Nun Jingyi of Chuanxiang cult is not to be trifled with. It won't be too late to turn against her when my Misty School has a foundation. According to what you said, Grandmaster Li and the others will be back soon. Ethereal Heights is so small and can't be compared to Shushin Peak. I'm afraid that our little secret won't last long. It's better to think of a way early. But is there a foolproof plan? Zhong Xiaohu was at his wits' end. Don't worry, I have a good plan. Zhong Xiaohua smiled mysteriously. However, I have a gift for second brother, Zhong Xiaohua said to Chang'e and Chen Chen, you two sisters-in-law, rest in big brother's yard today. Let me borrow second brother for tonight. Don't talk nonsense. Zhong Xiaohu thought of the way his mother looked at Chang'e's abdomen and felt a little embarrassed. He hurriedly stopped Zhong Xiaohua from talking nonsense. At this time, it was just afternoon, far from night, but Chang'e and Chen Chen had rushed over overnight and were already tired. In addition, a big weight on their hearts had been lifted, so they could not help but yawn. Seeing this, Liu Qian winked at Guo Sufei and led the two of them back to the small courtyard. Zhong Cai and Mr. Liu were still chatting in the central room. Zhong Xiaohua took Zhong Xiaohu to the small house and then said to Zhong Xiaolong, who followed them, I have something to do with second brother and can't be disturbed. Big brother, stay outside this house and guard with Ji Xiaohua. Don't let anyone in. Zhong Xiaolong was stunned, then nodded and stood outside the house with Ji Xiaohua. In the small house, Zhong Xiaohua said to Zhong Xiaohu, second brother, how is your practice of ethereal divine skill and plain mental cultivation method? It's very good. Didn't I tell you before? Zhong Xiaohu faintly sensed Zhong Xiaohua's intention and said excitedly, Xiaohua, do you want to, millimeter? Yes, I wanted to give you the pills when we were at the incense religion, but I was afraid that Abbess Jingyi would find out and harm you. Now that you're in charge of a place and have become the leader of the Misty School, your martial arts. You must be good, otherwise, no one will listen to you. Zhong Xiaohu nodded with deep feelings. Sit cross-legged, like before. Zhong Xiaohua had given Zhong Xiaohu the meridian soothing pill before, so she was familiar with the process. Okay. Zhong Xiaohu sat cross-legged in accordance with her words, his palms facing the sky, and began to operate the ethereal divine skill. Seeing that Zhong Xiaohu was ready, Zhong Xiaohua reached out and took out the jade bottle containing the qi-generating pills. Just as she was about to pour the qi-generating pills out, she changed her mind and put the bottle away. She took out a meridian soothing pill and said with a smile, second brother hasn't taken a meridian soothing pill yet, right? Meridian soothing pill? No, didn't you say that taking it again would have no effect? Zhong Xiaohu honestly replied. Millimeter, in any case, there's no harm. You guys try taking another one. As she spoke, she put a meridian soothing pill into Zhong Xiaohu's mouth. Zhong Xiaohu felt the meridian soothing pill melt in his mouth, transforming into pure internal energy that entered his meridians. He immediately held his breath and concentrated his mind, operating the ethereal divine skill. He refined the internal energy thread by thread, and it slowly flowed into the yin and yang qi in his lower dantian. After 36 circulations were completed, not even 10% of the meridian soothing pill's medicinal power had been refined. Following that, the Su Huan mental cultivation method naturally operated. While continuing to refine the remaining medicinal power, his meridians also produced internal energy at the same time. When the Su Huan mental cultivation method finished 36 circulations, the medicinal power of the meridian soothing pill still hadn't been completely refined. Some of it gradually settled down along with his meridians, but there were still many that slowly wanted to dissipate. Second brother, pay attention. I'll help you. When Zhong Xiaohu heard Zhong Xiaohua's voice, he secretly knew that things weren't good. Sure enough, Zhong Xiaohua sent a wisp of Zhen Qi into his meridians. In his meridians, Zhong Xiaohu's internal energy was like a runaway wild horse, quickly running along his meridians, over and over again, one circulatory cycle after another. Zhong Xiaohu's face was a little green. If he hadn't experienced it before, wouldn't he have jumped up already? He didn't know how much time had passed, and he didn't know how many circulations the ethereal divine skill and Su Huan mental cultivation method alternated. Most of the medicinal power of the Meridian Soothing Pill had been refined, turning into pure internal energy that was injected into the black and white qi. Only a small part of it became a thin layer that surrounded the qi. Second brother, try it. How is your skill? Zhong Xiaohua smiled. Okay. Zhong Xiaohu didn't stand on ceremony. He urged the black and white qi to circulate his internal energy. After a little testing, his eyebrows raised in joy. Not bad, it seems to be 4 times stronger than before my dantian was broken. Moreover, the circulation of my internal energy is very smooth. It's not as obscure as before, and there's no feeling of powerlessness. Breaking and then building, it's true. Zhong Xiaohua nodded. Congratulations, second brother. After a great disaster, there's good fortune after good fortune. Presumably, with this kind of cultivation, if you just cultivate, I'm afraid you'll have to wait a few more years. Ari, that's right. Zhong Xiaohu sighed. Also, second brother is now cultivating hard and soft cultivation methods, so the effect is doubled. Now, there's still a small part of the medicinal power that hasn't been refined, but you can get better results than before. If the medicinal power of this Meridian Soothing Pill is refined by you, won't your skill be equivalent to 2 Meridian Soothing Pills? Yen, you'll have about 20 years of skill. That much? Zhong Xiaohu was dumbfounded. Who knows, second brother, I'm just guessing. Zhong Xiaohua shrugged and took out a jade bottle from her chest. However, what I know is that just now was only a small plate of pickled vegetables. This is the pancake rolled river prawns. What is this? Zhong Xiaohu was already used to seeing strange things and said very normally. Please vote monthly, please vote recommendation, please bookmark, please tip, thank you. If you like this work, you can come to Chidian.com to vote recommendation or monthly. -4. Chapter 1083. This is called the Qi Generating Pill. I heard from Elder Zhong of Rejuvenation Valley that taking this pill can increase one's cultivation by 30 years. Zhong Xiaohua said with a smile. 30 years. Zhong Xiaohu was stunned. This meridian nourishing pill of yours can increase one's cultivation by several years. It's already extremely frightening. This qi generating pill can actually increase one's cultivation by 30 years. Isn't this a joke? Zhong Xiaohua spread her hands and said, I also heard rumors. I don't really know, so I can't answer you. Is this a joke or not? However, I obtained this pill from a secret place. It should be extremely precious. I'm 80% sure that this pill is indeed like what Elder Zhong said. Zhong Xiaohua looked at Zhong Xiaohu and asked, then, are you going to take it or not? Zhong Xiaohu thought for a moment and asked, there's no danger to my life. What matter isn't dangerous? It's just a matter of how dangerous it is. The greater the risk, the more abundant the harvest. Okay. Zhong Xiaohu immediately clenched his teeth and said, I'll listen to you. Soon after, he said with a bit of a guilty conscience, I think you won't let Chang'e and Chen down. Pei. Zhong Xiaohua spat and said, I don't have any junior sisters. What's there to be afraid of? Immediately, she said with a smile, don't worry. Father and mother have just met 2 sisters-in-law. How could I let them down? Okay. Zhong Xiaohu looked at the already dark sky outside and nodded. After Zhong Xiaohu sat down like before, Zhong Xiaohua took out the qi-generating pill. This was a scarlet, thumb-sized pill. It had one thing in common with the pills refined by Zhong Xiaohua, and that was that it didn't have any special medicinal fragrance. Looking at the appearance of the pill, Zhong Xiaohua nodded her head inwardly. That pill should be real. Furthermore, the refining method was much better than hers. When the qi-generating pill entered his mouth, it also transformed into a delicate fragrance that flowed into his abdomen. In a split second, a medicinal strength that was several times stronger than the meridian's nourishing pill rushed into his meridians. Zhong Xiaohua didn't dare to be negligent. She didn't wait for Zhong Xiaohu to urge, and she immediately mobilized the Su Huan mantra's internal force from Zhong Xiaohu's black and white qi mass. She used the Su Huan mantra to help Zhong Xiaohu temper the medicinal strength that rushed into his meridians. The medicinal efficacy of the qi-generating pill was extremely abundant, and the refined internal force was also boundless. Zhong Xiaohua urged the Su Huan heart technique and the ethereal divine art to circulate for an unknown number of cycles. Even Zhong Xiaohu's meridians were somewhat torn. She hadn't even refined 30% of the pill. Suddenly, a wave of exhaustion rushed into her mind. Zhong Xiaohua complained in her heart and anxiously said, "Second brother, I want to sleep. You sit there and don't move." Just like before, alternate the Su Huan heart technique and the ethereal divine art. Before her voice fell, Zhong Xiaohua closed her eyes. In the sky, starlight suddenly appeared, wrapping Zhong Xiaohua and Zhong Xiaohu brothers together. After listening to Zhong Xiaohua's words before she went to sleep, Zhong Xiaohu practically wanted to jump up. Making others, like this, and actually tilting her head to sleep, truly irresponsible. However, at this moment, the medicinal efficacy of the qi-generating pill was gradually being refined. Wave after wave of impact impacted Zhong Xiaohu's meridians. How could Zhong Xiaohu still be concerned about fixing Zhong Xiaohua? Fortunately, he already had this kind of experience before. Zhong Xiaohu immediately calmed his heart and discarded all distracting thoughts. He concentrated on operating the Su Huan heart technique and the ethereal divine art, wholeheartedly refining the medicinal efficacy in his meridian. And when he really began to refine the medicinal efficacy of the qi-generating pill, he knew that it was not easy. It was far from being as easy as watching Zhong Xiaohua use her qi to refine. As a result, Zhong Xiaohu was like a person carrying 1,000 jin of burden on his shoulders, walking on a steep cliff. The slightest bit of carelessness would cause his body to be smashed to pieces. Zhong Xiaohu also did not have the time to be grateful to his own blood-related younger brother. He only wholeheartedly walked every step of the way. Zhong Xiaohu could also be considered as a genius figure. His kind of single-minded mentality was exactly what he needed at this time. Although the medicinal efficacy was unceasingly impacting his meridians like a tide, he did not pay attention to it in the slightest. Bit by bit, he pushed his heart technique to refine the medicinal efficacy, transforming it into his own pure internal energy. Although the efficiency of this kind of painstaking effort was very low, the effect was very good. It was much more suitable than Zhong Xiaohua's rapid refining. Of course, this also had a drawback. The medicinal efficacy of the qi-generating pill was wreaking havoc in his meridians and was simply uncontrollable. Although Zhong Xiaohu's meridians had previously been solidified by starlight and were much tougher and wider than ordinary people, they still could not withstand the impact of such a huge amount of medicinal efficacy. In just a moment, his meridians were torn apart. A severe pain was transmitted to Zhong Xiaohu's mind. Zhong Xiaohu was only slightly distracted when he felt that there were signs of qi deviation. Thus, he steeled his heart and ignored it, only concentrating on refining his internal energy. And at this moment, a cool flow suddenly appeared in Zhong Xiaohu's meridians. Like a sweet rain, the torn meridians were quickly repaired. Zhong Xiaohu did not know that this was the starlight that had been drawn in when Zhong Xiaohua was unconscious. But since he no longer had any worries, how could he still care about investigating the source of the cool flow? He immediately urged his heart technique to refine the medicinal efficacy. Thus, for the entire night, Zhong Xiaohu alternated between the primal expanse heart technique and the ethereal divine art, passing by little, and the medicinal efficacy that he had painstakingly refined was also converted into pure internal energy that was stored in the black and white qi mass. The night in the Guozhuang house was unusually quiet. In the darkness, there were always a few oil lamps that were still lit. Perhaps they were coaxing their children, or preparing for tomorrow's work, or perhaps they were stimulated by Zhong Xiaohu's return and were preparing to stay up all night to plan for their future. Just when everything was asleep and the sky and earth were dark, far to the west of Lu Town, the Yarrow Mountain that Zhong Xiaohua had seen before, suddenly emitted a gorgeous brilliance in the sky under the dark cloud. The brilliance was multicolored and scattered in all directions in the air. It did not have a fixed shape and looked extremely beautiful. The originally blurry silhouette of the Yarrow Mountain appeared majestic under the multicolored brilliance. And at the side of a mountain spring some distance away from the Yarrow Mountain, in an area that looked like a forest, a person walked out very abruptly, attracted by the abnormality of the Yarrow Mountain. Then, the person turned around and disappeared into the forest as if he had just appeared. Then, more than 10 people walked out of the area, looking at the brilliance in the distance with surprise on their faces. After a long while, when the brilliance gradually faded, one of them turned around and ordered, "You, quickly go and prepare. When the sun rises, we will set off straight to between the clouds and the water and report the abnormality of the Yarrow Mountain to Bai Zhongmen. If this old man is not surprised, this should be the immortal's mansion that Bai Zhongmen is looking for." "Yes, I understand. I will go and prepare now." And release the few carrier pigeons that we brought. This is unusual and seems to be far from Bai Zhongmen's expectations. With such a huge commotion, I am afraid that the whole Jianghu will know about it. Although we between the clouds and the water have the advantage and set up an ambush in advance, but, if we get it in advance, I am afraid it will be difficult. After a while, the brilliance disappeared and the whole world fell into darkness again. The dozen people between the clouds and the water also retreated and soon disappeared. Perhaps the villagers of the Guozhuang house and the people of Shulu town did not know about the brilliance of the Yarrow Mountain, but how could the people of the Jianghu not know? At the same time that the disciples of Between the Clouds and the Water discovered the abnormality, Pingyang City, Yu City, and other places that were slightly closer to Yarrow Mountain could also vaguely see the abnormality. Although they could not pinpoint the exact location, they all urgently reported the situation to the sect leaders of the various sect. In the Guozhuang house, which was very close to the Yarrow Mountain, Zhong Xiaohua was still in deep sleep. She only woke up when the sky was bright. When she opened her eyes and saw Zhong Xiaohu sitting peacefully beside her, looking calm and composed, she finally relaxed and channeled her essential qi into his body. When Zhong Xiaohua saw that Zhong Xiaohu's meridians were twice as wide as yesterday, she could not help but be stunned. Then, she used her essential qi to mobilize the inner energy in Zhong Xiaohu's dantian and was about to help him refine the medicinal power when she heard Zhong Xiaohu say, "Xiaohua, you don't have to help me refine it. Gather the remaining medicinal power in my dantian and let me slowly refine it myself in the future." But Zhong Xiaohua was troubled. "You have only refined less than a minute of the medicinal power last night. As for the remaining medicinal power, how long do you want to refine it? If I help you, it will probably be done in the time it takes to have a meal. Although it will be faster if you help me, you are the one who refined it after all. Compared to me refining it myself, there is still a big difference in terms of usage. You can't help me forever, right? As for the remaining, it is better for me to refine it myself." Zhong Xiaohua muttered to herself for a moment and nodded. "What second brother said is extremely reasonable. Then I won't help you refine it." Immediately, Zhong Xiaohua gathered all of the medicinal power of the qi-generating pill in Zhong Xiaohu's body around the black and white qi ball, mixing it with the previous medicinal power of the meridian nourishing pill. Only then did she draw out the essential qi. "Second brother, how do you feel?" Zhong Xiaohua asked with a smile. Hey, too wonderful for words." Zhong Xiaohu opened his eyes and said, "Just now, I roughly checked. Last night, I was busy all night. The amount of inner energy that increased in my meridians is about 30% of the meridian nourishing pill that you helped me refine last night. If it is as you said, that meridian nourishing pill has 10 years of power, then this 30% should be about 3 years. Since it is 10% of the qi-generating pill, in other words, if I completely refine it, I should be able to increase my power by 30 years. Last night's hard work, in addition to your help, should have increased my internal energy by about 13 years. It really is a divine pill." Zhong Xiaohua smiled and shook her head. "Second brother, your calculation should be for the average person. You mustn't forget that you are currently cultivating the yin and yang mental cultivation techniques. The increase in inner energy from each mental cultivation technique will lead to the increase in inner energy from the other mental cultivation technique. You took the meridian nourishing pill yesterday. Although there is still 10% of the medicinal power that hasn't been refined, it should still be 17 or 18 years of inner energy. And that 10% of the chi-generating pill should also be 6 years of inner energy. Therefore, second brother should now have about 25 years of inner energy cultivation. If you completely refine the medicinal power of the chi-generating pill, hey, I'm afraid that you will have about 80 years of inner energy cultivation. Ah, that much. Zhong Xiaohu himself was dumbstruck. Please vote monthly, please vote recommendation, please collect, please tip, thank you. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chijian.com to vote recommendation and monthly. -4. Chapter 1084. Zhong Xiaohu was shocked. Life was short. If one could have 80 years of cultivation, then, even if one started to practice at the age of 5 or 6, he would have to practice until he was 86 years old. Who could do that? But he had just taken 2 elixirs, and the good thing that he had never dreamed of was about to happen to him. Second brother. Seeing that Zhong Xiaohu was almost drooling, Zhong Xiaohua quickly woke him up. She took out the blade-breaking force from her arms and handed it to him. She said, "No matter how profound your martial cultivation is, you are as powerless as a child in front of the immortal way. This mental cultivation method of internal strength is a treasure book for martial cultivation. Take a look at it. When you have enough power, you can practice it. Is there such a good thing?" Zhong Xiaohu grabbed it and said with a smile, "Isn't it the same as what you gave Chang'e yesterday? Well, one is for men to practice, and the other is for women to practice. It's also a congratulatory gift from me," Zhong Xiaohua said with a smile. "Then, what about you?" Zhong Xiaohu was a little hesitant. "Aren't you going to set up a sect? Don't you need this? I have made a copy. Second brother, you can take it without worry." Seeing that Zhong Xiaohua had a backup plan, Zhong Xiaohu didn't refuse. He put the blade-breaking force into his arms, looked at the sky, and said with a smile, "Let's go." Mother must have gotten up. "Yes, of course." Zhong Xiaohua nodded. "Even Chang'e and Chen Chen have gotten up." "So early?" Zhong Xiaohu was a little surprised. "Hey, you even know about this?" Zhong Xiaohua looked pensive. "Come on." Zhong Xiaohu jumped up from the kang. "What are you thinking?" "What are you thinking?" "Along the way, we went from the fragrance school to the misty school together. Even if we were together, how could we not know when she got up?" After thinking for a while, he smiled and said, "Don't tell me you didn't stay with the dream when you went out with her." This. The corners of Zhong Xiaohua's mouth curled up into a smile, causing Zhong Xiaohu to be taken aback. He squinted his eyes and asked curiously, "Could it be, ha ha ha?" Zhong Xiaohua dashed out of the house and said, "I won't tell you." Zhong Xiaohu immediately used ethereal steps to chase after him. In the small courtyard, Guosufei was preparing breakfast, and Chang'e and Chen Chen were clumsily helping her. Zhong Xiaolong and Ji Xiaohua were also sleepy, but they forced themselves to stand at the door of the hut. Seeing them come out, Zhong Xiaolong became energetic and shouted, "How's it going?" Zhong Xiaohua stood upright in the courtyard and said with a smile, "The founder of Bida School helped. How can it not be done?" Chang'e and Chen Chen were also overjoyed when they saw this. They wanted to go over and ask, but felt embarrassed. Guosufei smiled and said, "Go ahead. Cooking is not for people like you. I can do it alone." Then she raised her head and said, "Xiaohua, come and help." "Me." "Okay." 2 voices sounded at the same time. Zhong Xiaohua looked at Ji Xiaohua and touched her nose, saying, "Disciple, go and help. Later, I'll give you an elixir so that you can catch up with your uncle." "Yes, master." Ji Xiaohua obediently walked in front of Guosufei and helped her with her work. Chang'e and Chen Chen covered their mouths and ran to Zhong Xiaohu with laughter. Chang'e even hit Zhong Xiaohu with her palm. How could Zhong Xiaohu be afraid of her? He raised his left palm and hit it. With a light sound, the two separated at once. Chang'e's face was full of joy, but she was not surprised. Chen Chen couldn't help asking, "Sister, senior brother, ask him," Chang'e said with a smile. Chen Chen was a little shy and gently stamped her feet. Ha ha. Seeing Chen Chen's shyness, Zhong Xiaohu said, "It's nothing. He's just as good as your senior sister." "Ah, really?" Chen Chen was surprised. She knew that Chang'e was the top disciple of Mingzue Hall. After she got the meridian moistening elixir, her internal energy was almost as good as Aunt Qin's. Zhong Xiaohu had only practiced for a short time. Yesterday, his internal energy was not as good as hers. Only one night, he had surpassed her. However, thinking that she had taken the meridian moistening elixir and her internal energy had improved by leaps and bounds, she was not too surprised. She just looked at Zhong Xiaohua and whispered, "Thank you, Xiaohua." Well, this was the first time that Chen Chen called Zhong Xiaohua Xiaohua instead of Zhong Xiaohua since she met her. "Don't be so polite, second sister-in-law. We're family. Why do you have to be so polite?" As soon as Zhong Xiaohua said that, Chen Chen felt ashamed. Zhong Xiaohu curled his lips and said, "You're so naughty." Tilda. While they were talking, Xiaohe and Xiaohuang flew out of the hut and landed on Zhong Xiaohua's shoulder. Chen Chen's eyes lit up. She pointed at Xiaohe and said, "This is the little black dog that used to close its eyes, right?" Xiaohe seemed to understand. It raised its little head and looked at Chen Chen disdainfully. "Well, that's it. It has grown up now. Tut, tut, it has grown so big in just a few months." Chang'e also said. Liu Qian also came to the yard and said with a smile, "Sister-in-law, I'm afraid that you haven't seen a puppy before. If it was an ordinary puppy, it would be 3 times as big as Xiaohe after several months. But Xiaohe doesn't grow. It's really strange. Sister-in-law, don't you see that Xiaohe can fly? Of course, it's different from ordinary puppies." Chen Chen and Chang'e got familiar with each other after a night together. "Sister-in-law, where is Bai Ren?" Zhong Xiaohua asked. "He hasn't woken up yet. Why do you miss your eldest apprentice?" Liu Qian smiled and went to Guosufei to help her. "It's okay, haha." Zhong Xiaohua patted Xiaohe's head. The two little things reluctantly flew over the walls of the 2 yards and went to take care of Zhong Bairen. After breakfast, Guosufei and Liu Qian took Chang'e and Chen Chen to look around the Guozhuang house. It was not only to let them familiarize themselves with the place where Zhong Xiaohu grew up as a child, but also to show off in the village. Zhong Cai, Mr. Liu, and others set up tables and chairs in the yard and asked Xiaohua Ji to make tea. They discussed the matter of moving. Previously, Zhong Xiaohu felt that his return to Ethereal Villa this time boded ill rather than well and did not want to let his family go, but now he had Zhong Xiaohua's support. Well, even if he did not have Zhong Xiaohua's support, he might not be no match for Wang Dong after a few more days of cultivation, so he agreed to this matter. After all, Zhong Xiaohua was right. If there were really enemies of Misty School coming to Guozhuang House, if Zhong Xiaohua was not there, would it not be very bad? However, Zhong Xiaohu still had some misgivings. "Dad, Xiaohua's suggestion is very good, but it's still a little inappropriate." Zhong Xiaohua frowned. "What else is inappropriate?" "It's like this." Zhong Xiaohu explained the relationship between Ethereal Villa and Huanxi Villa and smiled bitterly. "Although I'm now the leader of Misty School, but in fact, I can't control Huanxi Villa. That's Miss Oyu's villa." "Well, I understand." Zhong Xiaohua nodded and said, "In fact, to put it bluntly, Huanxi Villa should belong to Chang'e and Chen Chen in the future, but Miss Oyu hasn't let go yet. Haha, I guess this is also the reason why Nun Jingyi chose her first." Zhong Xiaohu nodded slightly and said, "And at this time, the Misty School is under the control of the former disciples of the Fragrance Cult. I can't completely control it yet. The specific situation can only be known when Grandmaster Li and Master return to Ethereal Villa." Haha. Hearing this, Zhong Xiaohua clapped her hands and said, "Well, second brother, I have a plan. Needless to say, didn't I say that the disciples of the Fragrance Cult are all disciples of Fragrance Cult? Just leave it to me. In order to deal with them, I have to go to Ethereal Villa. Since I'm going to Ethereal Villa, then father and mother must go with me, otherwise I won't be at ease." Although Zhong Xiaohu didn't know how Zhong Xiaohua would deal with these disciples, he thought for a moment and said, "That's good. Let father and mother live in Huanxi Villa temporarily. I think Miss OU will give us face. Later, Zhong Xiaohu said to Zhong Cai, Father, you and eldest brother can take your time to pack. I have an appointment with the disciple of the fragrance cult. Moreover, I've been out for a long time. I'm afraid that others will find out, so I have to rush back to Pingyang City tomorrow. Well, you go. Don't worry about the family. Xiaohua is at home. Nothing can be difficult for her. Zhong Xiaohua also said, Second brother, you go first tomorrow. I'll stay at home and pack with eldest brother. When the time comes, I'll naturally go back. Don't worry, it's just a meal. It won't delay your business. Happy times were always short-lived. Zhong Xiaohu felt that he hadn't stayed in the Guozhuang house for long, and now he had to leave. Of course, his mood when he left was different from when he came. There was no sadness or sadness. Moreover, in 10 days, his family would also arrive at Pingyang City. At that time, the family would be able to reunite again. This time, it could only be said to be a temporary farewell. Zhong Xiaohu, Chang'e, and Chen Chen said goodbye to everyone, mounted their horses, and hurriedly left. Seeing her son leave again, Guo Sufei didn't feel as sentimental as before, but her heart was still worried. Seeing that Zhong Xiaohu's figure was not there, she deliberately turned back and asked, Xiaohua, are you sure about your second brother's matter? Zhong Xiaohua smiled and said, Mother, don't worry. If it weren't for the fact that I have to help eldest brother dig out those boxes, I would have followed him to Pingyang City now. Well, okay, as long as you know what to do. Guo Sufei was relieved. In the next few days, the Zhong family was busy. Although Guo Sufei and Zhong Cai had agreed to stay in Pingyang City temporarily, they were still reluctant to leave the house that they had lived in for decades. Looking at this, touching that, they wanted to take everything with them. They even wanted to take the entire small courtyard with them. Mr. Liu was still open-minded. He had only moved to the Guozhuang house for a few years. Now that he had to move again, he only needed to take some books and didn't need to bring anything else. Of course, there were still 2 things in the Guozhuang house that couldn't be taken away. One was the tomb of Zhong Xiaohua's grandmother and Ji Xiaohua's mother. The other was the mountain spring that was rich in the primordial energy of heaven and earth. Thinking that he might not be able to drink such good spring water in the future, Mr. Liu almost wanted to stay. However, Zhong Xiaohua understood that the primordial energy in the mountain spring would be discovered by the people of the Way of Immortality sooner or later. This was also a disaster for the Zhong family. They had to use the opportunity of moving to get rid of this disaster. Anyway, he had primordial stones. How could the spring water soaked in primordial stones be inferior to this mountain spring water? Please vote monthly, recommend, bookmark, and tip. Thank you. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote monthly and recommend at chidian.com. -4. Chapter 1085. The night was still dark. On the official road leading to Pingyang City, there was a rush of horse hooves. 3 horses were carrying Zhong Xiaohu, Chang'e, and Chen Chen back to ethereal heights. Husband Zhong, now I understand that you don't have any profound martial arts skills. As long as you have this younger brother, there's nothing you can't go to in this big world. I'm afraid that it'll be easy for you to secure the position of the leader of Misty School. Chang'e had seen Zhong Xiaohua's unimaginable means, and he couldn't help but be convinced. He told Zhong Xiaohu about it. Hihi, ever since this kid started cultivating the immortal Tao, he's become more and more unfathomable to me. Back then, he was just a little brat who peed on me. Zhong Xiaohu sighed. Fut Chen Chen laughed out loud. That's right. The first time I saw Xiaohua was at the martial arts exhibition. He was so old and still had the nerve to compete with the disciples of Kitty Hawk Hall. Moreover, he was so clumsy that people didn't think highly of him. But, in just a few years, he actually achieved so much. I'm afraid that leader OU back then may not be his opponent. Chang'e nodded and said, it's normal that Xiaohu doesn't know. I've seen leader OU's skills. To be honest, as you said, leader OU is much worse than him. Hihi, according to what you said, Xiaohua is the most suitable leader of Misty School? Zhong Xiaohu said with a smile. Damn, how is that possible? Xiaohua wants to start his own sect. How can he take our Misty School seriously? Chang'e curled her lips. At this moment, a gorgeous seven-colored light lit up behind them, making the sky behind them extremely beautiful. What's that? The three of them discovered it at the same time. They unconsciously stopped their horses and turned to look. But this time, the flowing brilliance only existed for a very short time. When Zhong Xiaohu saw its position, it disappeared. This. Chang'e and Chen Chen were stunned and turned to look at Zhong Xiaohu. Zhong Xiaohu also shook his head. Don't look at me like that. I don't know either. But judging from the direction, it seems to be Yaroshan. Could it be that there's some kind of treasure in Yaroshan? At this point, the three of them looked excited and said in unison, the immortal Tao. Of course, it could only be the immortal Tao. Only an immortal Tao treasure could emit such a dazzling brilliance. Hurry up and return to the Misty School. Martial Ancestor Li and the others will be back soon. Let's finish dealing with the matters of the Misty Mountain Villa and quickly send disciples to Yaroshan to take a look. That's right. In Jianghu, among the 5 immortal inheritances, only our Misty School is the closest to Yaroshan. This kind of opportunity is hard to come by in 10,000 years. If we can get something good from it, it will be easy for us to leave the incense cult and revive the glory of the Misty School. Okay, let's go. We'll rush through the night. Not to mention Zhong Xiaohu rushing back to Pingyang City, in the distant south, in the magnificent hall between the clouds and the water, everyone was silent. Li Shu and Li Li of the Huaming Hall were also silently standing at the head of the crowd. They lowered their heads and counted the ants in the hall. In front of Li Shu, Bai Yanqiu was sitting high above. At this time, Bai Yanqiu's chest was heaving up and down. He was breathing heavily, biting his lips, and his eyes were shrinking. His face was unusually red. Obviously, he was angry. As expected, Bai Yanqiu slammed his hand on the chair and stood up. He shouted, Li Shu, tell us, that so-called immortal, where did he come from? Li Shu raised his head. His face was full of bitterness and hatred. He said helplessly, Sect Master, I have already said it 14 times. That immortal, he was holding an immortal sword and broke the protective array between the clouds and the water with a wave of his hand. Then, he waved his sleeves and the fog on the island disappeared. This was seen by all the disciples on the island. You! Bai Yanqiu almost cursed. He pointed and said, Li Shu, you, with which eye did you see the immortal break the array with an immortal sword? How did he do it? Why don't you tell me the details? Bai Zhongmen, aren't you making things difficult for me? I'm just a martial artist. Although my internal strength is excellent, but, not to mention Bai Zhongmen, who are immortals, I'm not even a match for Liang Tsangshu or Peng Yeyu. But when he said this, he immediately felt that it was inappropriate. Indeed, Bai Yanqiu's face changed again. He almost frowned and shouted, Li, tell us, what happened to Peng Yeyu? Why did he let Ren Xiaoyaro and Zixia go? And what about him? Where did Peng Yeyu go? If he was alive, no one could find him. If he was dead, no corpse could be found. What happened between the clouds and the water? Alas, how could Bai Yanqiu not be angry? At the fragrance cult, she wanted to take back the Shindao sect's secret book blade breaking force but failed. She was teased by Zhong Xiaohua for a while. Her own immortal cultivation was not enough in front of Jingyi Nun, Elder Changsheng, and Garuda. If she wanted to bully someone, she could only bully the poor leader of the Shindao sect. In the end, at the Fragrance Cult Martial Arts Conference, she only got the title of champion of the sword competition, which seemed to be very glorious. She also got a fake immortal magic weapon. This immortal magic weapon might be very important to other sects, but to Between the Clouds and the Water, it was simply rubbish. The Shindao sect had passed down countless immortal magic weapons. Any one of them might not be worse than the fake purple phoenix hairpin. Therefore, Bai Yanqiu gave the fake purple phoenix hairpin to Liang Tsangshu without hesitation. Between the Clouds and the Water's plan to show off at the martial arts conference and attract the attention of the whole Jianghu to attract other sects to join them was also ruined by the fragrance cult and Zhong Xiaohua. Just as Bai Yanqiu left Jianqi Lake and returned to Between the Clouds and the Water with a gloomy heart, she received a message from a disciple Between the Clouds and the Water. She knew that Between the Clouds and the Water had been visited by immortals. She could not help but be shocked. Others did not know, but she knew very well that there was something under the ground between the clouds and the water. That, for Between the Clouds and the Water, it was very important. It was something that could kill. Sure enough, when she rushed back to Between the Clouds and the Water with all her might, the stone in her heart finally fell to the ground and shattered. The jade materials that she had painstakingly collected for practicing martial arts were taken away. The Haotian mirror, the most precious immortal treasure of Between the Clouds and the Water, was also gone. The dozens of elixir furnaces that were regarded as the most precious immortal treasure by the ancestors of the Shandao sect, but whose uses were unknown, were also gone. Most importantly, the mist pearl, which was the foundation of the protective formation Between the Clouds and the Water, was also taken away. The thief had really left the building empty. Bai Yanqiu wanted to cry, but he could not. But what made Bai Yanqiu very happy was that the jade slips of the Shandao sect's immortal cultivation methods had not been taken away. Otherwise, Bai Yanqiu would have wanted to commit suicide. However, what puzzled Bai Yanqiu was that in the inheritance of the godly saber sect, there were many top-grade cultivation techniques, but the immortal did not take a fancy to them. He only took the inconspicuous wood escape, and right beside the wood escape, the jade slip recorded the 5 elements escape technique. In Bai Yanqiu's eyes, it was of a much higher level than the wood escape. Although he did not understand, Bai Yanqiu still secretly felt lucky. The escape method of wood was of little value, so it was not a big deal to take it. Well, what Bai Yanqiu did not understand the most was Peng Yeyu. This guy was a disciple of the Way of the Immortals that had been trained by Between the Clouds and the Water since he was a child. Like Liang Tsangshu, he was one of the few emissaries Between the Clouds and the Water. How could he have disobeyed his orders and let Ren Xiaoyaro and Zixia of the incense cult go? This was not the strangest thing. The strangest thing was that Peng Yeyu had let Zixia go, but he had used some unknown method to let Ren Xiaoyaro go. Moreover, after he had left Between the Clouds and the Water, he had immediately disappeared without a trace. Even his horse could not be found. The disciples of Between the Clouds and the Water had been searching for dozens of days, but there was no clue at all. Alas, strange things happen every year, but there are especially many this year. Bai Yanqiu sighed inwardly. If Peng Yeyu had not let Ren Xiaoyaro go, how could Between the Clouds and the Water have suffered at the hands of the incense cult? Perhaps the blade-breaking technique is Between the Clouds and the Water. But if Peng Yeyu had not let Zixia go, how could he have known that Zixia was the saintess of the Tenri sect if he had not seen Zixia? If Jingyi Shitai had not seen Zixia that day and pushed the responsibility to Between the Clouds and the Water, how would the Tenri sect deal with me Between the Clouds and the Water? Peng Yeyu had done a good thing. Thinking of the Tenri sect, Bai Yanqiu was suddenly shocked and almost stood up from his seat. Peng Yeyu, could it be that he is a member of the Tenri sect? He saw Zixia and knew that she was the saintess of the Tenri sect, so he let her go without permission? But that doesn't make sense. Peng Yeyu had seen Zixia when she had just left Jianqi Lake. Why did he not recognize her until Between the Clouds and the Water and let her go? Moreover, according to Ren Xiaoyao's words, Peng Yeyu seemed to be interested in Zixia. The more Bai Yanqiu thought about it, the more he felt that his guess was reasonable. However, the more he guessed, the more he couldn't find any evidence or reasonable explanation. He couldn't help but ask again, Li Shu, tell me more about what happened that day. Details, you must tell me all the details. How did you meet Peng Yeyu that night? With a bitter face, Li Shu looked at the people around him. He had no choice but to tell them what happened that night for the 15th time. Sect leader Liang Tsangshu, who had been listening for a long time, finally couldn't hold it in any longer. He stepped forward and bowed. Sect leader, your disciple has heard everything that Hall Master Li has said. There are no flaws in it. Disciple's suspicions are based on what the immortal said. It seems that he is trying to take back something that belongs to him. Bai Yanqiu was furious. How can I not know how to trace it back? But, when did I offend anyone from the immortal sect? How can I trace it back? And the things that our sect lost are all the inheritance of the Shundao sect. What does it have to do with other people? Maybe, it's a senior from the Shundao sect. No, several elders of our sect are meditating in the mountains and have never left. According to them, the Shundao sect only has a few inheritances. There are no other branches at all. Please vote monthly, recommend, bookmark, and tip. Thank you. -4. Chapter 1086. Bai Yanqiu thought about it for a long time, but he still could not figure out what kind of entanglement he had with this immortal who could use a flying sword. Among the artifacts he had lost, which one could possibly have belonged to this immortal? This question had been bothering him for a few days. In the end, Bai Yanqiu waved his hand helplessly and said, "Li, send some people to pay more attention to the Tenri sect. See if there is any news about Peng Yeyu." Li Shu was stunned. Tenri sect? But then he came to his senses and nodded. "I understand. I will go now. But, what about immortals?" "Immortals?" Bai Yanqiu smiled bitterly. "Unless we invite the elders of the mountain, even if you and I find immortals, what can they do?" "I understand." Li Shu nodded, knowing that he had finally escaped the fate of repeating the details of the incident. He was so happy that he was about to walk out. "Wait," Bai Yanqiu suddenly said. "Li, oh no." Li Shu secretly complained, "Do I want more details?" Fortunately, he heard Bai Yanqiu say, "The martial arts assembly of the incense sect has ended. Between the clouds and the water has also become famous in the Jianghu. It is time to start developing our forces." Reporting to the sect leader, "No, I have been making arrangements in the Jianghu for many years under the sect leader's command. Now we just need to slowly gather them." "Yes, this is all thanks to you. I remember it clearly." Bai Yanqiu smiled. "What I want to ask is, how is the matter in the north? Is there any news about the Immortal's mansion that ancestral master Huan mentioned?" Reporting to the sect leader, a disciple just sent a message. "We have searched the entire mountain range but did not find any clues. Could it be that what the ancestral master said was wrong?" Bai Yanqiu pondered for a moment and nodded slightly. "Maybe. What the ancestral master said was something that happened many years ago. The sea has changed into mulberry fields, so much so that we don't know what it is anymore." But then he shook his head. "What is an immortal mansion? Even the ancestral master himself couldn't easily discover it. He only saw it from some old books. If the ancestral master didn't rely on the mysterious books to deduce the approximate location, how could we, the disciples, know?" After thinking for a while, he stood up and said, "How about this, Li? Our plan between the clouds and the water to set up Jianghu will continue to be carried out. Those plans won't be very effective in the short term. However, we can't ignore the divine mansion that the patriarch mentioned. If we can take the divine mansion between the clouds and the water for ourselves, the cult of incense and the Tenri sect will have to submit to us. Make the necessary arrangements. I'll bring my sect's elites to Mount Yarrow and see for myself what's going on." "Yes, I will arrange it now." Li Shu agreed and was about to leave when he suddenly thought of something. He turned around and said, "Oh yes, Sect Master, Mount Yarrow is very close to Pingyang City. It's where the Misty School is located. Misty School has also reappeared in Jianghu. Sect Master, is it appropriate to go to Mount Yarrow?" "Ha ha ha," Bai Yanqiu laughed. "Misty School has borrowed the power of the cult of incense and is fighting with the alliance of the righteous sects. Misty School is also a branch of the cult of incense. I've suffered in the cult of incense, so I'm going to Pingyang City to watch the show. I want to see the cult of incense and the alliance of the righteous sects fight to the death." Not to mention between the clouds and the water, Bai Yanqiu was preparing to go to Mount Yarrow to find the divine mansion. Inside the ethereal villa, on a clear morning, Ming Qing and Jiao Kunheng slowly walked over from a distance outside an exquisite small courtyard. Gao Kunheng said in a low voice, "Senior brother Ming, have you instructed Wang Dong? Can you?" Ming Qing looked at Gao Kunheng and shook his head slightly. "Junior brother Ming, I know what you're thinking. But now is not the best time. Let's attack Zhong Xiaohu's arrogance. In the future, we still need to rely on him to suppress the Misty School disciples. If anything happens to him, I'm afraid we won't be able to answer to the sect master." "He, senior brother Ming, of course I know what you mean. But do you think Zhong Xiaohu is someone who will admit defeat? How can he listen to your instructions?" "Not listen to me." Ming Qing sneered and looked at the attic in the courtyard. He said sternly, "I control the disciples of Wuming Hall. I can chop Zhong Xiaohu into minced meat with just one command. He dares to not listen to me? This time, I must teach him a lesson. He must know that he can only be the sect master of the Misty sect if he listens to me obediently. Otherwise, even though he has the approval of the sect master, he can only make it difficult for him to move forward." Then, he looked at Gao Kunheng from the corner of his eyes. "Maybe his life will be in danger." Gao Kunheng smiled and said, Of course I have to listen to senior brother Ming's instructions. Also, I will follow senior brother Ming's lead in all matters of the Misty School. As long as junior brother Ming knows." Ming Qing walked away, leaving Gao Kunheng behind with his head lowered. No one could see the expression in his eyes. Before the two of them could get close, Du Feng and Ding Chao stopped them. They cupped their hands and said, "Greetings to the two deputy sect masters. Yes, we are here to invite Sect Master Zhong. Deputy sect masters, please make way." Du Feng and Ding Chao looked at each other and smiled. "Sect Master Zhong has orders. He is in seclusion. Without his orders, no one is allowed to come near." Ming Qing was unhappy. "Not even me?" "This." Ding Chao smiled and said, "Sect Master Zhong said that no one is allowed to come near." Ming Qing was about to fly into a rage when Gao Kunheng held him back and asked curiously, "Could it be that Sect Master Zhong has been in seclusion in the courtyard for the past 7 days?" "Yes, Deputy Sect Master Ming knows. That is exactly the case." "Humph, not to mention 7 days, even if it was 17 or 70 days, it might not be what? Might not be Wang Dong's match?" Two voices sounded at the same time. When everyone looked up, they saw Aunt Qin from Mingsue Hall rushing over with Chang'e and Chen Chen. In the small courtyard, Zhong Xiaohu also walked out energetically. "I dare not." Ming Qing immediately changed his attitude and said, "Martial arts is all about gradual progress. A day's work is a day's work. However, Sect Master Zhong has excellent talent. If he can cultivate in seclusion for 70 days, he might be able to surpass me. I'll take Deputy Sect Master Ming's auspicious words. If one day my martial arts surpass Deputy Sect Master Ming's, I would like to seek your guidance." "I dare not." Aunt Qin ignored Ming Qing and Gao Kunheng. She stepped forward and saluted Zhong Xiaohu. "Has Sect Master Zhong finished his seclusion?" "Yes, thank you for your concern, Hall Master Qin. I have just finished my seclusion." Then, today is the 7-day period between Sect Master Zhong and Wang Dong. I wonder, how will Sect Master Zhong act? According to Deputy Sect Master Ming and Deputy Sect Master Gao, how should I act? This I can't say. Please make your own decision, Sect Master Zhong. Gao Kunheng immediately declined. How about this? The original disciples of the incense cult are all gathered in the pharmacy. I will go to the pharmacy and capture Wang Dong and the people who hurt the disciples of the Misty School. What do you think? Ming Qing clapped his hands and said, Sect Master Zhong's words are very good. I also think it is appropriate. Gao Kunheng shook his head and said, Sect Master Zhong's move is wise, but how can Wang Dong compare with Sect Master Zhong's noble body? Sect Master Zhong can act without any scruples, but Wang Dong doesn't dare. If he injures Sect Master Zhong, how will he report this to the cult leader? What will we do then? Zhong Xiaohu frowned and said, according to Deputy Sect Master Ming, what should we do? Gao Kunheng took out a piece of paper and said with a smile, when I came here from the pharmacy, I met Wang Dong. He asked me to bring this to Sect Master Zhong. What is this? Zhong Xiaohu opened it in confusion. 4 large words were written on it, Life and Death Declaration. This. When Zhong Xiaohu finished reading the contents, a fierce look flashed in his eyes. This was the Life and Death Declaration. It stated that while Zhong Xiaohu was capturing Wang Dong, the two of them could fight to the death. If there were any casualties, they would not be held responsible. Humph. Zhong Xiaohu snorted coldly. Deputy Sect Master Ming, you've prepared it very carefully. This was written by Wang Dong. I dare not do so. Good, get the brush and ink. Zhong Xiaohu ordered. Not long after, Zhong Xiaohu signed the Life and Death Declaration and said with a smile, Deputy Sect Master Ming, do you want to follow me? Ming Qing shook his head. No, Sect Master Zhong is going to capture him personally. I dare not steal Sect Master Zhong's prestige. I'll wait in the square. Millimeter, you go too. Zhong Xiaohu said to the others, after I capture Wang Dong, I'll bring him to the square in front of the meeting hall. Yes. Everyone accepted the order and went to the square. Only Chang'e and Chen Chen looked back as they walked, very concerned. After everyone left, Zhong Xiaohu looked at the sky and stood up. It was the Misty School's ethereal steps. At this time, when Zhong Xiaohu used it, it was much better than 10 days ago. At this time, the disciples of the Misty School also knew about the battle today. They were all proud of Zhong Xiaohu for stepping forward bravely. Therefore, today, they gathered in 2s and 3s at the square in front of the meeting hall, wanting to see the final result. The disciples of the original incense order were the same. Except for a few disciples who disliked the Misty School, the rest of the disciples also gathered in the square. On the way up, Zhong Xiaohu greeted countless disciples on the way to the pharmacy hall. It was obvious that there were many more disciples greeting Zhong Xiaohu today than before. Zhong Xiaohu was not in a hurry. He entered the pharmacy hall at an even slower pace, looking around vigilantly. When there was no one around, he called out a few times in a low voice. When he reached the guest room that he and Zhong Xiaohua had stayed in, a voice came from the stone beside him. Second brother, go into the guest room first. Millimeter, Zhong Xiaohu responded and entered the guest room. In just a moment, another Zhong Xiaohu came out from inside. He looked around and floated up. It was the ethereal steps, and he rushed straight to a corner of the pharmacy hall. After crossing several courtyards, in a small courtyard of the pharmacy hall, Wang Dong was holding a long sword and sitting on a stool in the courtyard with a calm expression. Please vote monthly, please vote recommendation, please bookmark, please tip, thank you. -4. Chapter 1087. When Wang Dong saw Zhong Xiaohu come in, he was slightly surprised. In his impression, Zhong Xiaohu's martial arts were low, and he was only a direct disciple of the Misty School under his master's shadow. However, the way Zhong Xiaohu floated in just now was clearly the advanced lightness skill of the Misty School. Could it be, this Zhong Xiaohu is hiding something? Wang Dong thought. He immediately stood up and cupped his hands. Sect leader Zhong, I wouldn't dare. Zhong Xiaohu waved his hand and sneered, I don't deserve to be your sect leader. If you still see me as your sect leader, why would I personally come to arrest you? Wang Dong slightly gripped his sword and bit his lip. He suppressed the anger in his heart and continued, although sect leader Zhong doesn't recognize me, I am still a disciple of the Misty School. That's for sure. Zhong Xiaohu laughed, I'm curious. If you knew you were a disciple of the Misty School, why did you break the sect's rules? Even if you broke the rules, why didn't you receive punishment? Now that things have come to this, you want to say some soft words. Wang Dong felt wronged and said, I drank too much that day and made a big mistake. After I sobered up, I wanted to go to the assembly hall to receive punishment, but the situation was already out of my control. The disciples of the Misty School and the disciples of the Fragrant School fought each other and many were injured. I have the heart but not the strength. How could Zhong Xiaohu be moved by his soft words? He stretched out his index finger, shook it slightly, and said, if you know your mistake now, then surrender and let let me take you to the square. Even if you are cut into pieces by the law enforcement hall, in the end, you can still have a good reputation for atonement. Seeing that Zhong Xiaohu was unmoved, Wang Dong waved his sword and said, I already know the rules of the Misty School. It's just death. Since that's the case, why don't I fight? Maybe there's some hope. Ha ha ha. Zhong Xiaohu laughed loudly. You've finally revealed your tale. You brat, you've been talking for so long. Are you trying to get me to show mercy? Show mercy? Wang Dong also sneered, gang leader Zhong, don't forget that you and I have signed a life and death agreement. Even if I kill you, neither the Fragrance Cult nor the Misty School will be able to punish me, and my previous crimes will be written off. Hey! Zhong Xiaohu was obviously stunned, and then his face turned cold. I understand. Since that's the case, what else is there to say? Are the people behind you the ones who hurt the Misty School students that night? Wang Dong was stunned for a moment before he nodded slightly. That's right. Then, he said loudly, Senior brothers, you'd better come out. Gang leader Zhong already knows that you're inside. While they were talking, a few valiant disciples of Wuming Hall jumped out and stood in a row on Wang Dong's left and right. Do you want to come together? Or do you want to come one by one? Zhong Xiaohu looked at them and said coldly. The others didn't know why Wang Dong suddenly gave in. When they heard Zhong Xiaohu's provocation, they couldn't help but laugh. One of them said, let our gang leader Zhong know that I'm not talented, and I'm the weakest among my senior brothers, but I don't want to bully you with numbers. Fortunately, this guy still called Zhong Xiaohu gang leader Zhong, and didn't directly say that Zhong Xiaohu's martial arts were weak. Instead, he said that he didn't want to bully you with numbers. Well, very good. Zhong Xiaohu nodded. I'm here to capture Wang Dong. You guys only acted rashly because of the friendship between senior and junior brothers. Just go to the law enforcement hall to receive your punishment. Heh. The disciple wanted to mock him, but Zhong Xiaohu flew up and punched Wang Dong. He shouted, Wang Dong, I'm coming to get you. Wang Dong had been on guard since a long time ago. When he saw Zhong Xiaohu's punch coming at him, he saw that there was no order to it and that there were countless openings all over his body. He could not help but smile. Sect Master Zhong, then. I'll have to offend you. You've already signed the life and death contract. How can you offend me? Zhong Xiaohu sneered. Sure. Wang Dong waved his long sword and cut Zhong Xiaohu's wrist, where the tendon was. Then, he moved his left foot slightly forward, ready to wait for Zhong Xiaohu to change his move. Wang Dong responded immediately. However, when the tip of his sword was about to pierce Zhong Xiaohu's wrist, Zhong Xiaohu's fist didn't change. Wang Dong was slightly stunned. He took the opportunity to turn this feint into a real move. Since he had already signed the life and death contract, it wasn't a big deal to cut off the tendon. Unexpectedly, just as the tip of Wang Dong's sword was about to pierce Zhong Xiaohu's wrist, two fingers suddenly appeared at the tip of the sword. It was Zhong Xiaohu's clenched fist. He stretched out his hand and the two fingers clamped down on the tip of Wang Dong's sword. Humph! Wang Dong snorted and twisted his wrist, trying to break Zhong Xiaohu's fingers. However, no matter how hard he tried, the long sword didn't budge at all. Ah! Wang Dong was shocked. Just as he was about to pull out his sword again, Zhong Xiaohu pulled him back. Wang Dong's body was pulled by Zhong Xiaohu and he staggered. Before Wang Dong could consider whether he should abandon his sword, Zhong Xiaohu's other fist was already close to him. This fist came quickly and was different from the previous one. Wang Dong had just seen it when the fist was already at his dantian. Shit! Wang Dong was shocked. He swung his left hand downward, wanting to cut Zhong Xiaohu's arm. Zhong Xiaohu didn't care at all. His fist didn't change and hit Wang Dong's dantian before his left hand could cut his arm. Without any sound, Zhong Xiaohu's fist smashed into Wang Dong's dantian. A wisp of true energy entered Wang Dong's dantian along with his fist. Wang Dong didn't seem to be struck by lightning. He swayed and his face instantly turned pale. His left hand slashed at Zhong Xiaohu's arm and drooped down powerlessly. Then, with a pu sound, Wang Dong spat out a mouthful of blood. This fist, had already damaged his internal organs. Looking at Zhong Xiaohu, he clenched his fist and his fingers that were holding the long sword. Without waiting for the long sword to fall to the ground, he grabbed the back of Wang Dong's neck and lifted Wang Dong, who was about to collapse to the ground. He turned his head to look at the other disciples who had yet to recover from their shock and sneered, "I'm going to the plaza now. You all follow closely behind and admit your mistakes. My Misty School has a lot of things to do now, so I won't mistreat you. If not, hey." Before he finished speaking, his figure floated away and headed straight for the wall. The few disciples were shocked. They knew very well how good Wang Dong's martial arts were. He was definitely better than them, but in the blink of an eye, he was defeated by Zhong Xiaohu in one move. Looking at the position of his fist, Wang Dong's martial arts must have been crippled. Was this still the same sect leader Zhong Xiaohu who had weak martial arts? "Quick, let's go." A quick-witted disciple came back to his senses and exclaimed, "Sect leader Zhong crippled Wang Dong's martial arts to make an example out of him. He wants us to follow him to the plaza and admit our mistakes to give us a way out. This is clearly a clear indication of rewards and punishments. If we don't seize this opportunity, our lives will be in danger." As he spoke, he immediately used his qinggong and leaped up. When he looked at Zhong Xiaohu again, his figure had already disappeared into the guest room. The other disciples also came to their senses and immediately chased after that disciple. After a while, they saw Zhong Xiaohu's figure appear in front of the guest room again. The speed of his qinggong had decreased a lot. It was obvious that he was waiting for them. Everyone was afraid and did not dare to approach. They only followed from a distance and ran to the plaza. At this time, in the plaza in front of the meeting hall of the Ethereal Heights, many disciples had gathered. These disciples were clearly divided into two groups. Aunt Qin, Du Feng, and Ding Chao looked slightly anxious and looked in the direction of the pharmacy from time to time. Chang Ji and Chen Chen looked relaxed. They lowered their heads and whispered, as if they had a plan in mind. Ming Qing and Jiao Kunheng stood on the other side. Seeing the different expressions of Aunt Qin and the others and Chang Ji, they were also surprised. However, when they thought of their own arrangements, they also felt a lot more relaxed. At this time, from outside the archway of the Ethereal Heights, a disciple ran quickly to the plaza. He looked around and hesitated for a moment. He came to Aunt Qin and whispered a few words. When Aunt Qin heard this, she was pleasantly surprised but then became a little gloomy. She nodded and pointed to Ming Qing. The disciple came to Ming Qing and reported, "Oh." When Wenhai and the others came back together with Li Jian and the others. Ming Qing listened to the report of the Misty School disciple and nodded slightly. He said, "Let Hall Master Qin arrange this matter." After that, he looked at Aunt Qin who had already said something to Du Feng and Ding Chao and ignored them. How could he care about a group of loyal Misty School disciples who had lost their martial arts? "Yes." The disciple nodded and returned to Aunt Qin's side. "Has it been reported to Deputy Gang Leader?" "Yes." Deputy Gang Leader Ming asks Hall Master Qin to make the decision. The disciple said respectfully. "Sigh, Gang Leader Zhong." Things bode ill for him. Aunt Qin was a little emotional. She looked at the people in the plaza and said to Ding Chao, "Deputy Gang Leader Ding, Gang Leader Zhong's situation is critical. I'm afraid that there will be some internal strife. I'll stay here to guard against Ming Qing and the others. You, welcome Elder Li and Wenhai on behalf of the Misty School disciples." "Yes, I'll go now." Ding Chao nodded and hurriedly left with the disciple with a few others. Outside the Misty Mountain Villa, under the quaint archway, Li Jian, Liu Qingyang, Wenhai, Xue Qing, Lu Yuming, and the others were standing steadily. However, the turbulent emotions in their hearts couldn't be explained with words. Li Jian's eyes were a little moist. He sighed and said, "I didn't think that I would be able to return to the Misty Mountain Villa one day." This was the common thought of everyone. They were all sighing. "Why hasn't Zhong Xiaohu come out to welcome us?" Liu Qingyang sighed and shouted. "Old 5. Li Jian scolded, "Little who is now the gang leader of Misty School. You can't shout like this." Then, he looked at Wenhai and said gently, "Ah hi, We are all thanks to you. Martial Uncle Li Wenhai quickly bowed. This disciple doesn't dare. This is all thanks to Martial Uncle. Please cast a monthly vote, a recommendation vote, a collection, and a tip. Thank you. -4. Chapter 1088. Hehe, my blessing. Li Jian raised his head and looked at the thousands of Misty School disciples behind him who had already recovered their martial arts. Like Li Jian, they were very excited and said with a smile, if it weren't for you, even if we came back, we would still be trash. We would have no reason to be Jingyi's hostage to contain the Misty School. But now, hehe. We need to conserve our energy and carefully cherish our feathers. When we have the opportunity, we will amaze the world with a single brilliant feat. Xueqing said cleverly. Haha, Liu Qingyang laughed. Little girl, you really know how to talk. You know what I'm thinking. At this moment, Ding Chao and the others quickly walked out of Misty Mountain Villa and ran towards Li Jian. Huh! Zhong Xiaohu, this is... Li Jian was stunned. Could it be that after becoming the Grand Faction leader, he's putting on airs? Liu Qingyang said angrily. Martial Uncle Liu. The honest Stone Ox said, Little Tiger is not that kind of person. I'm afraid it's to cover us. Li Jian said with a smile, that's why we have to be so low-key. With that, Li Jian led the crowd forward. Greetings, martial ancestor Li. When Ding Chao arrived in front of them, he immediately saluted. The disciples behind him also saluted. Ding Chao didn't have time to salute the others. He led everyone into the Ethereal Mountain Villa and told Li Jian and the others about what happened in the Ethereal Mountain Villa. Li Jian and the others were dissatisfied with Ding Chao's lack of etiquette, but when they heard Ding Chao's explanation, they immediately understood. Liu Qingyang shouted, Disciple of Fragrance Cult, how can he be so arrogant? Little Tiger. No, our Grand Faction leader Zhong. Just let the Law Enforcement Hall disciples go. Why did he take the risk? His martial arts. Old 5. Li Jian's face was gloomy. When he heard Ding Chao's report, he had already seen the whole story and saw Zhong Xiaohu's difficulties and humiliation. He said, You are not the Grand Faction leader, so you don't know the hardships. Oh right, when you enter Misty Mountain Villa, when Grand Faction leader Zhong doesn't allow you to show your martial arts, you must never show your martial arts. Otherwise. Grand Faction leader Zhong's plan. What's the big deal? Even his life may not be spared. Liu Qingyang muttered in a low voice. The Stone Ox was also rubbing his fists. But when he heard Li Jian's order, he hurriedly said, But, we can't possibly see Grand Faction leader Zhong and lose our lives. Alas, now that things have come to this, it's already too late. If only we had come a day earlier, when Wenhai, who was next to him, regretted. Martial Uncle, it's all my fault. I thought that going back to the ethereal villa with you would make you happy, so let's not talk about it anymore. Let's go in and take a look. With a wave of his hand, Li Jian raised his head and entered the ethereal heights. In front of the meeting hall, the disciples of the Misty School were still looking in the direction of the medicine hall, anxiously waiting for the results. When Li Jian and the others first entered, they didn't attract anyone's attention. However, when they saw Aunt Qin and the others going over to greet them, the disciples of the Misty School finally noticed the commotion at the entrance of the villa. Wow! All the disciples turned around and looked at the elder of the older generation of the Misty sect. No one knew what they were feeling right now. That's right. Ever since the Misty School was destroyed several years ago, they hadn't seen Li Jian and the others. Who were these people? They were their idols since they were young. They were the targets that they had been determined to follow since they were young. Moreover, many of the disciples behind Li Jian were also their teachers. When they saw these people, the disciples felt a sense of dependence, a sense of intimacy, and a sense of belonging from the bottom of their hearts. It was just as Zhong Xiaohu said. Only with these people in the Misty School could the Misty School become a Misty School. Only then could they find the Misty School of the past. Aunt Qin walked in front of Li Jian and bowed. In the square, the disciples of the Misty School also bowed together and said, "Greetings, Elder." Their voices were unusually crisp, unusually unified, and unusually excited. His voice reverberated throughout the entire ethereal sect square, almost dispersing the clouds in the sky. On the other side of the square, the disciples of the fragrance cult stood quietly. Ming Qing and Jiao Kunheng's faces were gloomy. Perhaps they were shocked by the scene, or perhaps they didn't expect Li Jian and the others to have such high prestige. However, they still stood there, motionless. "Everyone, rise." Li Jian calmly waved his hand and slowly walked to the side of the square. Wherever he walked, the disciples of the Misty School immediately opened up a wide space for him to walk to the front of the crowd. Before he could steady himself, several figures appeared in the direction of the medicine hall. When they got closer, the disciples could clearly see that the person in front was their big gang leader, Zhong Xiaohu. Unknowingly, the disciples of the Misty School who had just calmed down were stirred up again. The whole square was suddenly filled with thunderous cheers. The crowd was in high spirit. Big gang leader Zhong. Big gang leader Zhong. It was unknown which female disciple of the Mingxue Hall started to cheer. In just a moment, the entire square was filled with the crisp shouts of the female disciples of the Mingxue Hall. The male disciples of the Misty School were not to be outdone. Similarly, it was unknown who started it. Mighty. Mighty. That low mighty voice represented the deep and suppressed emotions of the male disciples. It resounded through the square and matched with the crisp voices of the female disciples. Then, the voices of the male and female became even more harmonious. Big gang leader Zhong. Mighty. Big gang leader Zhong. Mighty. One voice after another, high and low, thick and thin, it was a combination of cheerful laughter and a feeling of prosperity. In contrast to the smiles on the faces of Li Jian, Liu Qingyang, and the others, Ming Qing and Jiao Kunheng's faces were as gloomy as dark clouds. On the other side of the square, the disciples of the fragrance cult all had awkward expressions. Their morale was at a freezing point. Zhong Xiaohu had long heard the voices of the disciples calling out to Grandmaster Li. He was delighted. When he heard the cheers of the disciples now, he felt warm in his heart, as if he had eaten an immortal fruit. He felt that his many days of forbearance and the sacrifice that he had long wanted to make had finally gained the understanding and recognition of the disciples. Zhong Xiaohu was carrying Wang Dong, who seemed to have had his acupoints sealed. Behind him were several disciples who were cowering with their heads lowered. They arrived at the square. He put Wang Dong down. Wang Dong stood there in a daze with his eyes slightly closed. Zhong Xiaohu cupped his fists at Li Jian, Wenhai, and the others. He gestured with both hands to make the disciples stop shouting. He said in a clear voice, "Disciples, I believe that all of you know about what happened at Ethereal Peak 7 days ago. First of all, as the big gang leader of the Misty School, I did not set up the law enforcement hall in time. I did not announce the rules of the Misty School to all the disciples of the Misty School. This is my fault. I apologize to all the disciples." With that, he bowed deeply. Without waiting for the disciples to speak, Zhong Xiaohu raised his voice again. "In order to make up for my mistake, I have decided to personally capture the disciple who violated the rules, Wang Dong. I will punish him and make him face the music." Good tilde the disciples of the Misty School cheered. Zhong Xiaohu looked around the square and saw Ming Qing and Jiao Kunheng. He patted Wang Dong's shoulder. Wang Dong opened his eyes and looked at Zhong Xiaohu in a daze. "Wang Dong, do you know your mistake?" "I know my mistake." "Do you know what you did wrong?" "I know. I shouldn't have acted rashly after drinking. I used my identity as an outer sect disciple of the incense cult to flirt with a female disciple of the Mingxue Hall. According to the rules of the Misty School, those who flirt with a male disciple of the Mingxue Hall will be killed. Not only did you flirt with a female disciple of the Mingxue Hall, you also caused a fight between the disciples of the two sects. Your crime is unforgivable." "Yes, my crime is unforgivable. Please punish me, big gang leader." "Big gang leader Zhong." Ming Qing saw that something was amiss. He stepped forward and asked, "What's wrong with Wang Dong? He seems to be delirious." "Haha, delirious?" Zhong Xiaohu laughed. He already signed the life and death contract. Why do you care if he's delirious? But then, he had a thought. He asked again, Wang Dong, let me ask you. Why did you think of signing the life and death contract? Reporting to big gang leader Zhong, the matter of the life and death contract wasn't my idea. It was deputy gang leader Gao who taught me. He told me to take big gang leader Zhong's life in the fight, but I didn't dare. I secretly asked deputy gang leader Ming. Deputy gang leader Ming didn't want me to be ruthless. He only told me to injure big gang leader Zhong. It would be best if I could take an arm or, without waiting for Wang Dong to continue, Ming Qing and Jiao Kunheng's expressions changed. They leaped forward and shouted, Wang Dong, are you crazy? Ha ha ha. Zhong Xiaohu laughed loudly. He reached out his hand and grabbed Wang Dong's neck. He said, Wang Dong, you have violated the rules of our Misty School. I will personally cast a spell to make you the first person to die for the law after the re-establishment of our Misty School. You will be able to leave your name in the history of our Misty School. With that said, he exerted force in his hand. With a crack, Wang Dong's neck was snapped by Zhong Xiaohu. A stream of blood flowed out from the corner of Wang Dong's mouth as his body slumped to the ground. According to Ming Qing and Jiao Kunheng's thoughts, it was impossible for Wang Dong to be captured by Zhong Xiaohu. Their preparations were all about how to deal a blow to Zhong Xiaohu and how to lower Zhong Xiaohu's prestige in the Misty School. However, Wang Dong's capture made them flustered. Their first reaction was to rescue Wang Dong. If Wang Dong was executed, the situation between them and Zhong Xiaohu would be reversed. They would be the ones to suffer the blow. But, when they heard Wang Dong confess all the secrets they had told him on the spot, they were already shocked. How could they still have the heart to rescue him? Now that they saw Zhong Xiaohu reach out and crush Wang Dong to death like he was killing a chicken, they immediately felt relieved. They said in unison, Grand Gang Leader Zhong. Wang Dong, he's spouting nonsense. Don't believe him. Ha ha ha. Zhong Xiaohu laughed loudly. You all said that he was delirious. How can I believe that? Then, he raised his head and shouted, Deputy Hall Master Ding? Ding Chao responded and came over. He bowed and said, Grand Gang Leader Zhong, what are your orders? Zhong Xiaohu turned to look at the ashen-faced disciples behind him and said, these disciples were involved in a private fight and even injured a disciple of our sect. Deal with them according to the sect rules. Then, he berated, why aren't you all going to the law enforcement hall to receive your punishment? Do you want me to do it personally? Please tip me. Thank you. -4. Chapter 1089. The disciples seemed to be shocked by the hustle and bustle in the square, or perhaps they were intimidated by Zhong Xiaohu's martial arts and might, but they didn't resist. They looked at the puzzled faces of Ming Qing and Jiao Kunheng, then lowered their heads and followed Ding Chao out of the square. After they left, Zhong Xiaohu glanced at Ming Qing and Jiao Kunheng. He smiled and said, Deputy faction leaders, I've already dealt with Wang Dong's violation of the faction's rules. Do you have anything to add? We wouldn't dare. Faction leader Zhong handles matters fairly and magnanimously. We have no objections. Ming Qing looked at Jiao Kunheng, clearly unhappy. He cupped his hands and said, Good. Since that's the case, I'm going to welcome our faction's elders. Deputy faction leaders. Do you want to come with me? Jiao Kunheng glanced sideways at Li Jian and the others. He smiled and said, these were the original elders of the Misty School. Now that the Misty School has been rebuilt, they are no longer elders. Faction leader Zhong is on good terms with them. Naturally, you have to go. We don't need to. After he finished speaking, he cupped his hands at Zhong Xiaohu and left. Ming Qing also smiled and cupped his hands in farewell. After the two deputy faction leaders left, the incense cult disciples in the square also slowly dispersed. Only the Misty School disciples clustered around Zhong Xiaohu, Li Jian, and the others. Zhong Xiaohu looked at Li Jian and quickly stepped forward. He bowed and saluted, Greetings, Martial Ancestor Li. Kid, you're pretty good, aren't you? I didn't realize that your martial arts were so high. How did you do it just now? You actually let that kid speak the truth. Liu Qingyang said first. Li Jian glared at him and returned the salute. Greetings, faction leader Zhong. Liu Qingyang could only bow to Li Jian. The disciples behind him, including Wen Wenhai, Xue Qing, and Lu Yuming, all bowed to Li Jian with a respectful look on their faces. Zhong Xiaohu's face was filled with shock, and he hurriedly returned the greeting again. He held Li Jian's arm and said, Grandmaster Li, don't do this. You're killing me. Li Jian said sternly, you can't. You are now the leader of our Misty School. Even if we become the elders of the Misty School in the future, or some hall master, it will still be the same. Zhong Xiaohu knew that Li Jian had heard Jiao Kunheng's words. He bitterly smiled and said, My Misty School is still weak right now. Let's talk about it later. Afterwards, he raised his hand and said, Would Master Ancestor Li please step forward? Let's go to the assembly hall to speak. Please, after you, faction leader Zhong. Li Jian didn't want to go first. The two of them exchanged pleasantries for a while, then entered the meeting hall hand in hand. Is there a need to go through so much trouble? Liu Qingyang muttered in a low voice as he walked behind. Wen Wenhai, Xue Qing, and Lu Yuming also slowly entered the assembly hall with some qualified disciples. Du Feng and the others ordered the disciples to arrange the food and lodging for the returning disciples. These were the loyal disciples of the Misty School, so they couldn't be neglected. In the distant pharmacy hall, Zhong Xiaohu, who was wearing the same clothes as Zhong Xiaohu, was sitting cross-legged in the guest room. She could clearly see the situation in the square. She couldn't help but gasp in amazement at the way her second brother handled things. This faction leader was really forced. If it was her, wouldn't she have already killed Ming Qing and Jiao Kunheng? But in this way, those disciples of the Misty School who weren't loyal to the fragrant cult would be in trouble. She couldn't just kill them all. Looking at Li Jian and the others' respect for Zhong Xiaohu and their recognition of Zhong Xiaohu's identity as the faction leader, Zhong Xiaohua felt that her hard work on Shushan Peak was worth it. When everyone entered the assembly hall, Zhong Xiaohua stood up, clapped her hands, and said with a smile, Second brother's matter is done. I still have to move. I don't know if Miss OU will give second brother face. With so many people moving to Huanxi Villa, it will cost a lot of copper coins every month. However, when Zhong Xiaohua left the guest room and was about to turn invisible and fly away, her eyes fell on the mountain road that led to the Misty Peak's forbidden area from the pharmacy hall. At that time, He Tianshu had repeatedly warned her not to go there. If she fell into the white fog, she would be doomed eternally. That was then and this is now. Maybe it's time to go and have a look. Zhong Xiaohua looked up at the sky and said to herself, It's still early. I'll go to the Misty School's forbidden area and then go back to the Guozhuang house for dinner. Wouldn't that be perfect? Thinking of this, she saw that some disciples had returned to the pharmacy hall. Zhong Xiaohua made an incantation and went directly outside the forbidden area. The white fog in the forbidden area was still there, and it even expanded a lot. Zhong Xiaohua understood that this was the reason why the qi of heaven and earth gradually began to recover. Approaching the forbidden area that had been regarded as poisonous by the Misty School, Zhong Xiaohua wasn't nervous at all. She just released her divine sense and looked carefully. The forbidden area that was visible to the naked eye was white fog. But in her divine sense, there was a passage with some chaotic fluctuations of the qi of heaven and earth. However, this passage was a little winding, like a small maze. In this passage, there were a lot of bones, which must have been left by the disciples who had mistakenly entered the forbidden area. This is a little strange. Looking at the passage in her divine sense, Zhong Xiaohua couldn't help but feel a little surprised. From her divine sense, this passage only had chaotic fluctuations of the qi of heaven and earth. Other than the fact that it was a little complicated to walk through, there was nothing strange about it. If ordinary disciples mistakenly entered, they would probably be attacked by the forbidden area, but what about people from the path of immortality? Wouldn't they be able to enter directly with their divine sense? Previously, when the Misty School was destroyed, Nun Jingyi and Master Chang Sheng had also been here. They also had divine sense. Could it be that they had already entered? If that was the case, then Nun Jingyi had a reason to restore the Misty School. After all, she had also been to the forbidden area of the Misty School and taken everything inside. Thinking that Nun Jingyi might have already been here, Zhong Xiaohua's courage was greatly boosted. She slowly walked to the side of the white fog of the forbidden area and stepped into it. As soon as she stepped in, the scene in front of her immediately shook violently. It felt like the world was turning upside down, causing Zhong Xiaohua to almost feel dizzy. When she blinked slightly, the scene in front of her changed again. It was a world of ice and snow. Illusion. Zhong Xiaohua immediately determined that it was an illusion and released his divine sense without hesitation. However, the moment her divine sense left her body, a fluctuation of the qi of heaven and earth came from all directions of the forbidden area. Like a moth to a flame, it rushed towards Zhong Xiaohua's divine sense. In an instant, an unparalleled pain traveled along her divine sense to Zhong Xiaohua's Niwen Palace. Zhong Xiaohua didn't dare to be negligent and immediately withdrew her divine sense, wanting to avoid the fluctuation. However, the fluctuation followed her divine sense to attack her Niwen Palace. Oh no, this forbidden area, why is it similar to the attack of the black fog? Zhong Xiaohua was shocked. Thinking of her previous experience, she immediately used spirit guidance and activated the essence of herbalism in her Niwen Palace. She saw that the two dragon and tiger talismans were shining with a golden light. They danced like dragons and tigers, and a similar fluctuation was immediately generated, meeting the fluctuation of the forbidden area's attack. The two types of energy waves collided. There was no sound, no movement. The energy waves from the seals were suddenly annihilated and disappeared without a trace. The dragon and tiger talisman outside the Danheart also stopped dancing and slowly rotated along with the layer of golden innate divine seals. Ha ha ha. Although Zhong Xiaohua suffered a setback, she wasn't angry. Instead, she laughed and said, "I guessed wrong. This forbidden area is an illusion array. For disciples without divine sense, what they see is a strange place. Once they fall into it, they won't be able to get out. For those who practice the way of immortality, this forbidden area is powerful because it attacks the divine sense, forcing the person who enters to withdraw their divine sense. For those who practice the way of immortality without divine sense, how different are they from those who practice the way of martial arts?" Nun Jingyi and Elder Chang Sheng might have been repelled by this restriction. As for what's inside, I guess Nun Jingyi and Elder don't know. Smiling, Zhong Xiaohua released her divine sense and followed the passage in her divine sense, slowly walking inside. This restriction was rather peculiar. After the attacks were ineffective, it did not continue attacking. Although the passageway was full of twists and turns, there was a certain pattern to it. Zhong Xiaohua did not take long to reach the end of the passageway. What greeted him was a pure white jade door. Sigh, perhaps this is where the Misty School's immortal Tao legacy is. What a pity. Who knows how many years it's been since someone came here. Zhong Xiaohua thought and used her divine sense to observe the white jade door for a long time. After confirming that there was nothing strange, she stretched out her hand and pushed the door open. The jade door looked heavy, but with a push, the door opened easily. When Zhong Xiaohua saw everything inside, she couldn't help but frown again. The jade door was very precious. However, behind the door was not the hall that Zhong Xiaohua had expected. Instead, it was a spacious cave. Why? This immortal Tao's abode is in the mountains. That mysterious place of fragrance cult is in the mountains. Shandao sect, between the clouds and the water is also underground, and this Misty School looks like it's also an ethereal peak. Don't tell me. The immortal Tao that Wn Wuxin mentioned is also in Yaroshan? Zhong Xiaohua thought to herself, and stepped into the mountain path. The mountain path of Misty School was different from that of Fragrance Cult. It was abnormally spacious, and the bright luminous pearl beside the mountain path illuminated the entire path. Moreover, the mountain path seemed to have been empty for many years, for there wasn't any dust. Zhong Xiaohua released her divine sense, and felt that there were restrictions all around the mountain path, bouncing her divine sense back. As she went deeper, her divine sense was gradually suppressed. The mountain path led downwards. After walking for the time it took to smoke a cigarette, it turned a corner, and a white jade platform appeared in front of Zhong Xiaohua. After climbing up the steps, a huge square appeared in front of Zhong Xiaohua. This. Zhong Xiaohua looked at the square, which was comparable to the Huayu Palace of Fragrance Cult. Her mouth was agape, and she almost couldn't close it. She had thought that Misty School was a rundown place, and that this mountain path would at most be like the immortal fiery dragon's abode in Serpent Mountain, a cave of ethereal peak. But she didn't expect that, before she even stepped into the room, she would be shocked by the extravagance of the jade stone square. At this moment, Zhong Xiaohua only had one thought: rich and imposing. Yes, and also, a starving camel is still bigger than a horse. Please vote monthly, please vote recommendation, please collect, please tip, thank you. -4. Chapter 1090. The immortal Tao inheritance is really different from the wild fox Zen. Zhong Xiaohua looked at the entire square and sighed. Venerable Fiery Dragon is considered an expert of his generation, but compared to the Misty School, he is really poor. At that moment, Zhong Xiaohua almost wanted to take everything in the Misty School for herself. This Tao inheritance. Isn't it much more orthodox than Venerable Fiery Dragon's? However, Zhong Xiaohua shook her head and chased away this greedy thought. The Misty School had a close relationship with her and was also her second brother's sect. This Tao inheritance would definitely be her second brother's inheritance in the future. She had no reason to snatch it away. No matter how important Tao inheritance was, it couldn't be compared to kinship. Zhong Xiaohua looked around and saw a few steps similar to the one she had taken to ascend the square. She guessed that these were the other forbidden areas of the Misty School. At this moment, Zhong Xiaohua's divine sense could only reach 10 feet. Looking at the quiet square and the huge mountain rock above the square, as well as the luminous pearl embedded in the rock, Zhong Xiaohua smiled. She then used her flying skill and was about to fly towards the end of the square when she realized that flying skills were also restricted in the square. Helpless, Zhong Xiaohua could only use her ethereal steps and her qinggong to fly towards the end of the square. At the end of the square was a majestic palace, similar to the Huayu Palace. Walking to the front of the palace, there was a huge plaque above the palace door. On it were 3 simple ancient words: Misty Palace. The Misty in these 3 big characters was different from the Misty on the decorated archway outside the Misty Villa. It was more lively and less weathered. It gave people a feeling of being high and mighty. As Zhong Xiaohua had a deep impression of the Misty on the archway, when she saw the Misty on the Misty Palace, she couldn't help but stop and savor it carefully. After a short while, Zhong Xiaohua sighed and thought to herself, different cultivations, different states of mind, different experiences, this word is also different. But, no matter what, this word is still misty and the meaning it conveys is the same. Instantly, Zhong Xiaohua understood. No matter if it was the Misty School, the Incense Cult or the Shandao sect, they were all celestial sects. Even Venerable Fiery Dragon's orthodoxy was a small branch of the celestial Tao. Perhaps their paths were different, but their goals were the same. Then, what is the goal that all the sects are pursuing? Zhong Xiaohua couldn't understand. She had always been immersed in comprehending the heavenly Tao and cultivating the Carefree Heart Sutra. She felt that the heavenly Tao was the goal that she wanted to pursue. But now that she thought of others, she couldn't help but feel lost. Forget it, who would know about such things in the current state of the celestial Tao? If I had a master or something, I could still ask. But now, I'll just walk my own path. Zhong Xiaohua raised her head again and looked at the 3 words Misty Palace. Raising her head, she walked past the plaque and stepped into the palace. The Misty Palace was very grand, and the decorations inside were even better than the Huayu Palace. But at this moment, the palace was quiet and desolate. Looking around the entire palace, there was nothing special. Zhong Xiaohua came to the front of the screen at the top of the palace. Behind the screen, there were 2 corridors, one on the left and one on the right, leading to 2 places. Zhong Xiaohua pondered for a while and chose the corridor on the left. At the end, there was another stone wall with a stone door. Using her divine sense, she didn't find any restrictions on the stone door. Zhong Xiaohua pushed the door open and entered. Behind the door was another mountain path, which also led downwards. Zhong Xiaohua frowned. She had been walking down the mountain path for a long time. If she went further down, where would it lead to? Sure enough, after she walked down the mountain path for a long time, she saw a huge space. But this space looked very rough and even simple. It was completely different from the Misty Palace. On the stone wall of this space, there were about a dozen caves of different sizes, all of which were covered by stone doors. Zhong Xiaohua seemed to have thought of something. Smiling, she pushed open a stone door. The stone door opened, and what came into view was an earth fire, a futon, and a shelf with jade bottles. This was the Misty School's alchemy room. Haha, I knew it. The Misty School also needs alchemy. This place is deep underground and there are caves in the stone wall. What is it if not an alchemy room? Zhong Xiaohua was very proud. She walked in and took the jade bottle on the shelf. As expected, it was empty. Then she walked to the earth fire and used her divine sense to scan it. She waved her hand and a light yellow flame appeared. Zhong Xiaohua injected a few more spells into the flame, and the flame gradually turned blue and then green. Ha ha ha, Zhong Xiaohua laughed. That's good. With this earth fire, the promise to second brother is settled. But I don't know. With this thought in mind, Zhong Xiaohua closed his eyes for a moment, as though he was pondering something. Following that, the fingers on his left hand moved and he injected a few unfamiliar seals into it. The earth fire, which had already turned blue, rose up high with a ting sound. However, it gradually dimmed. But just as it dimmed, the flames within it gradually turned white. As the color of the flames changed, the temperature around the earth fire began to drop. Furthermore, on the stone platform beside the earth fire, white snowflakes gradually formed. Wow, this is amazing. This ice fire is really powerful. Since it's fire, it can even freeze the surroundings. If I didn't get the spells of this ice fire from Abbess Jinggang's jade slip, I would never believe it. Zhong Xiaohua smacked her lips and waved her hand. The flame on the earth fire slowly turned green, and the surrounding temperature slowly rose. The white ice flowers turned into water droplets and condensed on the stone platform. After a while, the water droplets disappeared and turned into gas that disappeared in the air. Immortal Tao, oh immortal Tao, it's so mysterious. Zhong Xiaohua sighed. I didn't expect that refining the meridian soothing pill requires yang fire, and refining the soul intimidating pill requires ice fire. I wonder if there's yin fire? Then, what kind of elixir is it refining? With that thought, Zhong Xiaohua waved her hand and took out an 8 trigrams purple gold cauldron from her belt. She wanted to place it above the earth fire. However, the moment the cauldron appeared, before Zhong Xiaohua could release her hand, the cauldron in mid-air trembled slightly and emitted a faint buzzing sound. Hey! Zhong Xiaohua was surprised. When she looked carefully, she realized that the cauldron she took out was the cauldron she had obtained from the fragrance cult's mountain peak. It was not the cauldron that had been merged between the clouds and the water underground. Could it be that the Misty School has a similar cauldron? Zhong Xiaohua looked at the similar scene between the clouds and the water and was pleasantly surprised. After that, Zhong Xiaohua did not hesitate. She walked out of the cave with the huge 8 trigrams purple gold cauldron in her hand. As soon as she walked out of the cave, the 8 trigrams purple gold cauldron felt like it was flying out of her hand. Zhong Xiaohua's eyes were about to turn into crescents as she followed her intuition and walked inside. Zhong Xiaohua pushed the door open and entered the 3rd elixir room from the back. It was a similar elixir room as the previous one. However, there was no shelf in the place where there should be a shelf. Zhong Xiaohua looked around and felt a little strange. She used her divine sense to scan the room, but she still did not find it. Did I enter the wrong place? Zhong Xiaohua was very puzzled. However, the cauldron in her hand trembled even more violently. Zhong Xiaohua could feel the excitement of the cauldron. Could it be here? Zhong Xiaohua followed the direction of the 8 trigrams purple gold cauldron and came to the front of the stone wall where the shelf should be. She reached out and touched the stone wall. The stone wall did not seem to exist. Zhong Xiaohua's hand sank into it. Ha ha ha, it's actually here. Zhong Xiaohua laughed and stretched her head out. Sure enough, behind the stone wall where her divine sense and the naked eye could not detect anything strange, there was another flight of stairs leading downward. She walked all the way down. Sure enough, after walking for the time it took to brew a cup of tea, what appeared in front of Zhong Xiaohua was an empty space about 10 feet wide. On that empty space, there were 6 cauldrons that looked like the 8 trigrams purple gold cauldron in Zhong Xiaohua's hand. The shape of these 6 cauldrons was very strange. They were not the kind of circle between the clouds and the water. Instead, they were shaped like spoons. Without waiting for Zhong Xiaohua to approach, the 8 trigrams purple gold cauldron in his hand flew out with a whoosh sound. The 6 cauldrons on the empty space vibrated at the same time and flew into the air. The 7 cauldrons gathered together and spun rapidly. Just like what happened between the clouds and the water, the 7 cauldrons collided and merged into one. 7 8 trigrams purple gold cauldrons merged to form a new 8 trigrams purple gold cauldron. 49 8 trigrams purple gold cauldrons merged to form 7 8 trigrams purple gold cauldrons. What is the use of these 7 new 8 trigrams purple gold cauldrons? Zhong Xiaohua looked at the 8 trigrams purple gold cauldrons floating quietly in the air and could not help but feel a little puzzled. Looking at the positions where the 6 8 trigrams purple gold cauldrons were placed, Zhong Xiaohua's heart stirred. She waved her hand and the 6 8 trigrams purple gold cauldrons flew out from her belt and landed in the same 6 positions. Buzz, 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 buzz. The 6 8 trigrams purple gold cauldrons vibrated at the same time in response to the cauldron in the air. As the cauldron in the air vibrated, it established an inexplicable connection with the other 6 cauldrons. This connection kept twisting among the 7 cauldrons. With the twisting of the connection, the cauldron in the air gradually descended and slowly landed at the spot where the 6 cauldrons formed the handle of the ladle. Bang! The cauldron landed and the 7 cauldrons immediately stopped vibrating. The space was silent. However, without waiting for Zhong Xiaohua to make a move, the 7 cauldrons flew into the air at the same time with a whoosh sound. They maintained the same shape and vibrated at the same time again. In her divine sense, each of the 7 cauldrons separated a stream of heaven and earth yuan qi and gathered in the air. Like a mountain spring, it gushed upwards and through the stone wall and the layer of soil above, it went straight into the air. Not long after, the heaven and earth yuan qi gradually dissipated. A stream of 7-colored light fell from above and divided into 7 streams according to the color. It went straight into the 7 cauldrons. Bang! The 7 cauldrons fell to the ground at the same time and there was no more movement. Please cast a monthly vote, a recommendation vote, a collection, a tip, thank you. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian.com to cast a recommendation vote or a monthly vote. -4. Chapter 1091. Seeing the 7 alchemy furnaces fall to the ground, Zhong Xiaohua did not go up. She only waited not far away, quietly waiting for the magic to happen. However, the magic seemed to have ended. Zhong Xiaohua waited for half a cup of tea's time, but the 7 alchemy furnaces did not move at all. There was only a vague connection between the 7 alchemy furnaces. Zhong Xiaohua waved her hand and the nearest alchemy furnace flew into her belt. There was no change in the other 6 furnaces. Is the show over? Zhong Xiaohua smiled. She took out the alchemy furnace again and immersed her divine sense in it. She found that there was no change from before. There must be a change. It's just that I can't find it, Zhong Xiaohua thought. She kept the 7 alchemy furnaces into her belt. Looking at the empty ground, she walked up the stairs and returned to the alchemy room. After crossing the stone wall, Zhong Xiaohua still did not give up. She used her divine sense to check carefully. There was no fluctuation of primordial chi on the stone wall. She could see with her naked eyes that it was also a stone wall. It was exactly the same as the surrounding stone walls. When I saw the money bag at the ferry, I also encountered such a magical illusion array. However, that illusion array had a trace of primordial chi. But this illusion array in front of me has no trace of primordial chi. I don't know what method is used. Zhong Xiaohua was very puzzled. If not for the previous alchemy furnace, I wouldn't have been able to find this place. Then, Zhong Xiaohua looked through all the alchemy rooms. Except for this alchemy room, which was a little strange, the other alchemy rooms were ordinary. In all the alchemy rooms, the jade bottles were empty. There was not a single elixir. It's strange again. Zhong Xiaohua, who was used to picking up leftovers, muttered in her heart. Why is there not even a jade slip? Coming out of the alchemy room, Zhong Xiaohua followed the mountain path to the back of the ethereal palace. Opposite her was the corridor that led to the right. The end of the corridor was a little different from the end behind her. Facing her was a stone door carved out of white jade. Although it was the same stone door as the entrance of the ethereal palace, Zhong Xiaohua felt a sense of familiarity at first glance. Could it be? Thinking up to this point, Zhong Xiaohua could not wait any longer. He pushed open the jade door. Sure enough, there was a not very big hall behind the jade door. There were countless luminous pearls on the walls, illuminating the entire hall. In this hall, other than the white jade carved stone table and stone chairs, there were some dispensable curtains. Zhong Xiaohua. All the furnishings in this hall were and some dispensable able curtains. Of all the furnishings in this hall, that was familiar. Yes, it was the hall carved out of white jade that Zhong Xiaohua saw on Lingering Fragrance Peak. It was also the white jade hall where Zhong Xiaohua met Wn Wuxin. Could it be? This hall is also carved out of white jade. Having confirmed this guess in her heart, Zhong Xiaohua naturally looked at the wall of the hall. On that wall, there were indeed 3 portraits. The portraits were of Yu Mingxin, Wan Wuxin, and Yang Haoya. The difference was that Yang Haoya's portrait was placed at the top. Similarly, beside the third portrait of Wan Wuxin, there was a blank space. Presumably, there used to be a portrait of the founder of the devil cult, Deity. This Deity is really powerful. He went to Lingering Fragrance Peak, Sumeru World, and even the forbidden area of Spreading Fragrance Cult. But why did Deity take away his own portrait? Could there be something strange about it? As Zhong Xiaohua thought, she looked around the entire hall to see if there was anything she could take away. Yi, what is this? When Zhong Xiaohua saw a pillar in the jade hall, she unconsciously stopped. Because she had already observed 2 halls that were exactly the same as this jade hall, she knew the furnishings inside like the back of her hand. Therefore, she saw that on the originally smooth jade stone pillar, there was an extra palm-sized recessed area. Her heart was flabbergasted. Carefully walking to the front of the jade stone pillar, Zhong Xiaohua carefully looked at the recessed area. This was a recessed area with distinct layers of protrusions at the edges of the recessed area. On the flat surface of the recessed area, there was also a slight pattern that was depressed. Seeing that there was no fluctuation of vitality and nothing unusual, Zhong Xiaohua stretched out her hand and used her fingers to slowly touch the pattern in the recessed area. Yi! The feeling from her fingertips clearly told Zhong Xiaohua that this pattern was very familiar. Where have I seen this pattern before? Zhong Xiaohua used her finger to aimlessly circle the recessed area as she carefully recalled. Zhong Xiaohua had been to the other 2 jade rooms before. After carefully recalling, those 2 jade rooms definitely did not have such a recessed area, let alone similar patterns. Could it be the rough tablet at the bottom of Lingering Fragrance Peak? Zhong Xiaohua thought to herself. That rough tablet was the only thing that Zhong Xiaohua had set her mind on, but she had no chance to keep it. That's not it either. Zhong Xiaohua carefully thought again and eliminated the possibility of it being the rough tablet. Ayo, is it this one? When Zhong Xiaohua's gaze fell on the recessed area, she immediately thought of the pile of things she found in the floating mound peak, heaven and earth hall, and treasure pavilion. Wasn't the token that she found in the heaven pavilion a square shape? As she thought about it, Zhong Xiaohua took out the square-shaped token from her money pouch. When she held the token in her hand, the raised pattern on the token told Zhong Xiaohua that her luck had once again exploded. Sure enough, this token fit perfectly into the recessed area of the jade pillar. Moreover, the moment the token was placed on the jade pillar, the entire pillar began to shine. The pattern on the token floated up from the token and gradually rotated. As it rotated, the pattern grew larger and larger. In the end, the pattern left the token and completely wrapped around the jade pillar. It was like a dragon coiling around the pillar and dancing up and down. In just a moment, the pattern that had transformed into a dragon had completely wrapped around the entire transparent pillar. Suddenly, it lit up again, so bright that Zhong Xiaohua naturally closed his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, the pillar in front of him had already disappeared. In the place where the pillar used to be, there was a large hole, and in the hole, there were stairs that led down. Sigh, I have to go down again. Zhong Xiaohua sighed, but her heart was blooming with joy. Needless to say, there must be something good in this hole. After going down the stairs, she was faced with an identical jade pillar. The token was also embedded on the pillar. Zhong Xiaohua looked back at the extremely high stairs and raised her hand to take down the token. Sure enough, the stairs behind her gradually became transparent and then slowly disappeared, leaving only a jade pillar standing there. Going around the pillar, Zhong Xiaohua saw a small door in front of her. After passing through the small door, there was a rather large space. In the middle of the space, there was an extremely delicate palace standing there. Yes, there was a delicate feeling to it. This palace was much smaller than the ethereal palace. But whether it was the roof or the walls, they were all carved with patterns. The patterns were exquisite and smooth, giving people a pleasing feeling. Even on the door of the palace, there was a small plaque with the same handwriting as the words on the ethereal palace, Heritage Pavilion. Ha ha ha. Seeing this, Zhong Xiaohua was overjoyed. After searching for so long, wasn't it just these things? Zhong Xiaohua stepped in without hesitation. Just as her foot stepped into the palace door of the Heritage Pavilion, a layer of faint purple light flashed and blocked her front. Like a flash of lightning, a light flashed and attacked Zhong Xiaohua. Zhong Xiaohua was shocked. He hadn't encountered any formidable restrictions along the way, but he hadn't expected it to appear here. Before Zhong Xiaohua could even think about it, the light had already struck him. At this moment, a profound fluctuation suddenly appeared from the four-cornered command token in Zhong Xiaohua's hand, and it moved forward to meet the light. As soon as the light touched the fluctuation, it immediately vanished. The light purple brilliance flickered a few times before vanishing without a trace. Zhong Xiaohua wiped the sweat on her forehead and gripped the four-sided token even tighter. The Heritage Pavilion was a 3-story building. The first floor was very spacious, with only a portrait of Yang Haoye hanging on the wall. In front of it was a table with some sacrificial items. Below the table were some praying mats. Presumably, these were used by the Misty School's disciples when worshipping Yang Haoye. Zhong Xiaohua walked to the table and bowed. She whispered, "Senior Yang, Immortal Path's disciple Zhong Xiaohua greets you. Disciple took the Carefree Heart Sutra from your Misty School and stepped onto the path of immortality. Disciple has an inseparable attachment to the Misty School. Disciple doesn't know if the Carefree Heart Sutra is an original cultivation technique from your Misty School. If it is, Disciple will find an opportunity to return the Carefree Heart Sutra to your Misty School. If it isn't, then Disciple owes Misty School a favor. In the future, Bida School and Misty School will support each other and advance and retreat together. Of course, my second brother is the current sect leader of your Misty School. Even if the Carefree Heart Sutra belongs to your Misty School, I can't fight with my second brother for the position of sect leader. Please understand, Senior Yang. Senior Yang's legacy in the Misty School could be said to be a disaster. Now that it has just recovered, I hope that Senior Yang's spirit in heaven will bless the Misty School and my second brother, Zhong Xiaohu." After he finished speaking, he bowed 3 more times before getting up and turning to look at the stairs leading to the second floor. This was the Misty School's legacy pavilion, so it must contain the legacy cultivation techniques and secret manuals of the Misty School. Since Zhong Xiaohua had already decided to leave these cultivation techniques to Zhong Xiaohu, he gave up on the idea of going up to take a look. However, when he retracted his gaze from the stairs and was about to leave, he suddenly had a thought. I'm being too pedantic. That white fog in the Misty School's forbidden area prevents even Abbess Jingyi and the elders from entering. I only relied on the innate divine restriction in my Niwen palace to escape the divine sense attack. Second brother is just an ordinary martial arts expert. If I let him in, who knows how long it'll take for him to enter? I can't bring him in every time, can I? If I can't find a way to enter and exit the forbidden area, not only will second brother not be able to obtain the legacy, but the Misty School will also continue to decline. With that thought, Zhong Xiaohua turned around and went up to the second floor of the legacy pavilion. Please cast a monthly vote, a recommendation vote, a bookmark, and a tip. Thank you. Forward, you're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories,